That hockey game was spectacular last night.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you said, I mean, sign me up.
Oh, let's go.
6-7 of those.
Oh, let's go.
Two 2-0 on the system last night.
Yes, we were. Hell, nearly 2 straight up.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, man, Penn State has
That
always
is
been
a
a tough place to play.
You don't want to go there.
Nope. It's just, nope. I don't know if it's the road trip, not easy to get to, whatever it is, but teams do not play well there.
By the way, 14-8 on the year.
We got to keep track of that.
I keep track of. I literally have a little thing in my my notebook that
That's 64. I believe that's 64%. So it's early, but it's a nice start.
I even bet Sparty the other night after they got beat by Nebraska. It's funny. Yeah. I text Trent because I was sitting there. I thought I was at home. I thought I was at a sports bar in Saginaw, David. I had the Red Wings on one TV, the Pistons on another, and Sparty on the other. It was effing great. It was, man. Well, I mean, I haven't had a moment in a long time where they've all been good at the same time. I mean, the Wings have stunk for a decade. The Pistons have stunk for 15 years.
No, it's true.
I mean, after they last had that run, they went away quickly. And that's 20 years ago? I mean, Jake was little. Not 20.
Well, let's see. They had a 03 through 07. They were in the conference final or NBA finals every year.
Well, you're okay. So that's 19 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Michigan State's had runs in hoops, but I haven't had my pro teams be any good in a long time.
What, your Wings are 8 or so years since they made the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, Larkin made the playoffs his rookie year. I don't think people understand how good that would be for hockey. They draw.
Yeah. And if they could win a series, it'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think John Gibson can take you deep, but
no.
He is big, though. I mean, the puck finds him when he's squared up. The puck can find him because he is big.
Yeah, it's a great call, Johnny Mac. It's a very well-run organization. It's hard to think that they don't, though.
Sounds like the owner made the call.
That's never a good thing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on the first hump day of 2026. Least we could do is get over it together, right? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And then there were 7, Mark. And then there were 7. Top of the morning to you. How are you?
I am doing well. Good spirits today. Obviously, yesterday off. The day prior, I had a, thought I was a little kid again, watching all my Detroit teams at once, which was a lot of fun. Long day yesterday, but happy to be back. And David, you are closing in on your over-under number. We are right there.
I like my chances.
I do too. I do too.
And I just can't believe the NFL's turning into the NHL. I mean, that's the league where they treat coaches like they're Skittles. Man, this NFL, they're serious about this. What is that? 13 coaches now in the last 2 years? 14 coaches in the last 2 years?
What do they think they are? College football?
Yeah. I mean, come on now. But boom. Late afternoon, early evening. John Harbaugh out in Baltimore. After 18 years, he averaged 10 wins a year. He won 13 playoff games, albeit 10 in the first part of his tenure and only 3 in the second half of his tenure. Do you agree with it?
No, I don't. I'm not surprised by it, but I don't agree with it. And I don't want to say unless, but I do wonder, and I still don't agree with it if this is the case, but I will throw it out there. What was the relationship like at this point between the head coach, the former head coach, and the quarterback? There was a lot of rumors out there that they didn't get along, and they chose, if that's the case, they chose the guy that turns 29 today in Lamar Jackson. But, David, there are not many teams that I think in all 4 of the major sports, if we want to throw hockey in there are not many teams that we think are run as well as the Ravens.
Correct.
And continuity at head coach is part of the reason that you and I have believed for the longest time that the Ravens were certainly at the top of the list in the NFL and at the top of the list in all of sports as to how you run your organization. And I'm not sure. I wouldn't have made the move. I wouldn't have. But I'm not sure this is the right move. Now, the last time the Ravens got rid of a coach, you and I had barely started doing this together.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I couldn't believe when they got rid of Billick.
One bad year.
Right.
One bad year, and boom, that's it. I mean, I think the year before they were the 1 seed or 2 seed in the playoffs with Steve McNair at quarterback. And it was like the next year, things went badly, and the owner made the call then.
And I guess, a couple of questions that we can guess on the answers, but I don't know if we'll ever know the answers. So you're telling me that if the priest didn't throw the holy water in the end zone that caused the ball to veer to the right, can't help it, David. I can't help it. It's too damn good.
I know.
But if that kick goes in, does he keep his job?
I don't necessarily think so.
Okay, if the kick goes in and they would have beaten Houston.
Well, see, that's what I think. I think the word is, and we'll have Vinny Cerrato on in an hour and a half. And he's as plugged in as anybody, and a former NFL executive, and he's been in Baltimore now for a generation. And he does a lot of radio in the city, and we'll have him on in 90 minutes. But The early word is that the owner made the call and that the front office tried to talk him out of it. And if we remember correctly, I think the exact same thing happened with Billick. Okay, that the owner made the call then. I think Biscotti had just taken over from Modell, and he made the call. And it was a bold move to hire John Harbaugh, special teams coach. You know, our buddy Mike Westhoff has always argued. Now, granted, he's a little biased. He was the 30-plus year special teams coach. But he said the special teams coach is the only guy who touches the entire locker room. I mean, offense, defense, you name it. I mean, that's who he works with. And Westhoff always thought that more special teams coaches should be considered for jobs and not just coordinators, because coordinators only worry about one side of the ball.
Right. In fact, he didn't think that a special teams coach should advance to a coordinator as much as he thought a special teams coach should advance to being a head coach.
Right. And so when John Harbaugh was hired 18 years ago as a special teams coach, it was considered a bold hire.
You know, I will say, since you brought up Modell, and we do this very later in the show, and I'll repeat it for those that stick around for the entire 4 hours. But, David, it was 63 years ago today that a tiff between the owner, Art Modell, and the coach, Paul Brown, caused Art Modell to fire the Browns head coach, Paul Brown.
You know who the franchise was named after.
Right. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Right. Not that that was a big, story or anything. I mean, it led SportsCenter back in the day. I could tell you that. But,
in fact, it was the first time they went to red on the crawl, even though colored TV hadn't been invented yet.
And obviously this is all conjecture on my part. So I have a feeling that the owner of the Ravens privately felt about Harbaugh and his franchise the way that the Rooneys publicly say they feel about their coach, their GM, and their franchise. I mean, the Rooneys, Mark, a year ago, laid down the gauntlet and said, sneaking into the playoffs is not going to be enough. We've been doing this since 2016. We're tired of it. I want to compete for championships. I don't want to be a 9-10 win regular season team that goes quietly into the good night. Yes, they won the division for the first time in 6 years. Okay, but they're a 10-win team who's an underdog in the first round of the playoffs at home. And if the Steelers go quietly into the night, I wonder if the Rooneys are going to feel the same way that the Ravens owner felt yesterday. It's why, Mark, I thought even if Baltimore won, I still thought there was at least a 50-50 chance if they went one and done in the playoffs that he moved on as well.
What's fascinating to me about this whole thing, and I guess it's not that fascinating, it's not even that surprising. It does make you wonder who the other team is, because the rumor that's already out there is that 7 teams have contacted Harbaugh's agent about Harbaugh becoming the head coach for their teams.
Right.
Now, let's do some math.
Okay.
John Harbaugh was the 7th coach fired.
Right.
That means there are 6 openings that are not Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
It also means then there is one other team, at least, because it doesn't mean that just the 6 who have openings are the ones that called. But it means for sure that there's one team out there that has not yet fired their coach or is thinking about firing their coach that's wondering, can they get Harbaugh in a deal done so that they can fire their current coach?
Correct. At least one.
At least one. Because we don't know that the other 6 calls were from the 6 openings. Exactly.
By the way, the report, which came from Adam Schefter, and it came directly from Harbaugh's agent, is that, Mark, 7 teams reached out to Harbaugh's agent within 45 minutes of his client being fired.
And I do wonder this, since you brought it up, and you and I like to start moving forward as quickly as possible. David's great with the history of the games and any sport that we go to, but we do on this show like to move forward. So I will bring up Pittsburgh to you. How many calls are going to be made to Tomlin's agent if they lose? I mean, is there a team out there going, do we wait until Tuesday morning before we fire our coach? And that's why David's over-under number of 7.5 for coaches fired, even though we're under right now, looks like it's a pretty damn good bet.
Yeah, I feel good about it. I mean, obviously, I can't start spending the money yet. I don't have it, but I feel good about it. I do. I mean, listen, right now, your gut feeling, you think both guys in Florida make it through the week? Bowles and McDaniel. I mean, they both have to make it for this to have a chance. And by the way, I think it can still go over if Bowles and McDaniel stay. But do you think they both stay? Because here's the other thing. Okay, tell me if you're Stephen Ross or his son-in-law, who apparently is getting more influential and is going to become the owner of the team, I guess, okay, when Stephen Ross passes. Okay, you're watching the Ravens fire John Harbaugh, and you're actually thinking about holding on to Mike McDaniel? I mean, seriously, how bad does that make you look?
And when you look at the Glazers in Tampa, it would be eerily similar. You know, they had an 8-9 year. They missed the playoffs. And yes, Bowles has had success as their head coach, but he's a defensive guy. And I think most of us believe that there were many times that the defense let that team down this year. So do they survive this week? I don't know. Do they both survive? I would say no. Because you and I both believe that this could go to next week and we can still get a coach fired.
Oh, easily. Especially in Miami, because they ain't going to hire a GM this week. I mean, that's going to take 2, maybe 3 weeks to hire a general manager.
Miller and Moulton. Terrific show lined up for you today. We are getting eerily close to those college football semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
David already mentioned Vinny Cerrato will join us, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, and Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins on Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Lee County Economic Development will release its 2025 annual report on February 5th at their annual meeting. It's a powerful look at our local economy, highlighting key data, emerging trends, and performance from the past year. The report covers major industries, workforce initiatives, business growth, and partnerships that drive Lee County forward. For more information about the annual meeting and the Economic Development Office, visit LeeCountyBusiness.com. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Little question for the chat room. You guys are the diehards. You're here for the first segment. You kind of stay for the duration, and we certainly appreciate that. But I'm going to have a little fun at David's expense. So as I watched him right there click off of his camera and put the "we are in commercial break" up, I don't know if anybody else watches his face when he does it. It looks like he really works at it. Like, he does the show, and it never looks like work. It is just easy as all get up. I'm guessing it's the same way when he worked for Gary and when he works for Troy. I mean, the guy's a smart dude. We know that. But when you watch him click off his camera and how long it takes, because it takes me to do what took him 10, 12 seconds, about a second and a half.
Right, 1.4, I think.
Does anybody else see the pain in his face that I see when he does it? It's fantastic.
Pain.
I love it.
It's not pain. It's like doing basic math again in first grade. I mean, that's what it is for me. It's like, okay, take hand, put it on the thing, get the arrow over to here. Okay, click remove. Okay, now go over to media assets, not banners, media assets. Okay, click on that. Now find the commercial one. Okay, now click on it. Okay, that's good. That worked, right? Okay, now go back to comments, see what people are saying. Right.
Johnny Mac, that's spectacular. That's spectacular.
I do. I thought about putting a blue card in a frame for Gary.
You should have him sign one and put it next to your Emmy.
And he actually, there's a really good picture of the two of us in the back of a plane from 9 years ago. And it's a really good picture of the two of us. And he signed it.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
That's awesome. Shimko, that's also special. That's really good.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? My grandmother Moulton, my dad's mom, spent a lot of time with her as a kid and as a teen. And because my dad wasn't around, but I'd spend the weekend with her at her place. And we would play a ton of cards. And we would watch TV and play more cards. And I always knew when she was in a bind because her thick tongue came out of the mouth. Okay. And if it was straight, it was like her tell. If it was straight, okay, they were good cards. If the tongue went to the side, they were bad cards.
That's a hell of a tell.
Yeah. It took a long time for me to figure out the tell, but I got it. So I don't know. Daughter is like 6 years old and we're playing a board game and I'm staring directly at her and she leans forward and she's studying the board. And all of a sudden, for the first time in her life, she starts doing the tongue. And I literally looked up into the heavens like, are you watching this? Are you watching this? I felt like I was playing cards with my grandmother again.
That is funny. For whatever reason, again, I had no talent. All right. Let's preface this by saying I had no talent. But when I played hockey and when I played men's league at Now Hurts, apparently, the tongue would come out or go in my cheek.
Oh, okay.
And they got a picture of me in men's league that Kessel had in his office for years. Of me with the puck and the tongue sticking in the cheek.
That's fantastic.
The only thing I had in common with MJ.
Right.
It ends right there. How about Trent yesterday? Hosting the show and putting Felipe on.
Right.
That's too funny. I haven't listened yet, but I will. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. full guest list for you. We think a pretty good one coming up in a little more than an hour. Vinny Cerrato, who, if it's going on with the Ravens, he's all over it. Seth Everett, who's back from his European vacation. Can't wait to hear all about it.
Look, it's Parliament.
I think it was a little more than that. He took in he's Arsenal, right? Is that his team?
Yes.
I always get him confused. Anyway, he took in an Arsenal match, so can't wait to hear all about it. It's been a few weeks since we talked with Seth. But Elliott, getting ready for the semifinals, which kick off tomorrow night. Miami, Ole Miss. And then Friday night, the rematch, Indiana and Oregon. And Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins. And the first question will be, did you think Mike McDaniel would still be the coach the next time you talked with us? But that's coming up in a couple hours from now. Hey, we talk a lot of football. Yeah, you were saying?
Oh, no, you're going right where I was going. I was going to stop you if you were going to do another football segment.
No. We talk a lot of football. We do, and we'll continue to talk a lot of football. But, wow, what a nice little sports night last night, huh?
Man, I hope, and I get it. You know, we know simply by the numbers on our show that there are some of you that the day the Super Bowl ends, you're done with us until next fall. I get it. But we've tried for years on this show to tell you just how good sports are in this country. And last night was another one of those nights.
Yeah.
Bunch of good college basketball games.
Yeah.
The Gators looked good last night, beating a ranked team. It does tell you how much more Vegas knows than the voters, because Georgia was a top 25 team. They were on the road. They were a 9 or a 9.5 point underdog against Florida, and Florida covered going away for what it's worth.
Right.
But you had Louisville and Duke. That's a fun game.
Sure.
Number 2 in the country, Michigan, goes to Penn State and has to hold on. Miller and Moulton, by the way, have been on this for a while, and I've been on it longer than I've been doing this show because I follow Michigan State basketball. And going to Penn State for whatever reason is not easy.
I think it's become the new barn. Remember, for the longest time, going to Minnesota was really good teams went to the barn and got beat. And it was a weird floor. The benches were below the floor, and the fans were on top of you, and it wasn't an 18,000 seat arena. It was more like 9,000, and it was intense. And they showed up, and they were loud, and many a team went to Minnesota and got beat or struggled mightily to get out of there with a W.
Now, it was a rock fight because it was Houston, but Houston and Texas Tech played a really close game. Kansas and TCU played a terrific, high-scoring 104-100 game.
Well, and TCU had them beat. 2.5 minutes to go. They're up 8 with the ball in Allen Fieldhouse and let it get away. Oh.
But David and I like a sport a little more than basketball, and we love particularly college basketball. We think it's the last great home field ice court advantage that there is in sports.
By the way, before you go on, how's our system doing in college hoop?
2-0 last night, 14-8 on the season.
Right. 22.5 point favorite Michigan was lucky to get out of Happy Valley with a 2-point win. All right. And ranked Iowa was a 5.5 to 6.5 point favorite in the barn at Minnesota, and the Gophers won outright.
Bingo. Couple more system plays. We'll get to it later in the show. But in Tampa last night, they hosted the Avs. And let me tell you, sign me up right now for a Stanley Cup final between those two teams.
Give me 6 or 7 of these right now.
Blank, was that ever good hockey?
Wow. And, you know, if the Panthers ever get 100% again, okay, fine. Sign me up for either the Panthers or the Avs. But please Give us a Stanley Cup final that resembles the Tuesday night in Tampa last night.
Oh, my goodness. And, David, I have to laugh. I don't know, because you and I both are subscribers to The Athletic. And I don't know if you if you sign up for any of their newsletters, if you will. But the hockey one, yesterday, I'm reading it. And I don't know if it came out on Monday or if it came out yesterday. It's irrelevant. But they had, where they are and what's wrong. All these teams that you just can't figure out exactly what they're doing. And Tampa was one of them. 7-game win streak followed by a bunch of losses. 7-game wins, trying to figure out who they are, what's good about them, what's bad about them. And I laughed because it had the Avs in there. And it racks off. They've had 2 10-game winning streaks already this season. And for what's wrong, it said they're 0-1-0 in their last one. Embarrassing. Well, they went to Florida and had a donut because the Panthers got them, and last night the Lightning got them.
Yep.
And what's even more impressive, quickly about the Avs, before we talk about how great the Lightning were last night, and they were great, is that the Avs are getting this from everybody they play.
Right.
When you have the record that they have and they come to your barn, trust me, the guys in the room are playing a little harder. They don't want to lose again to a team that is going on right now, a record-breaking regular season. Maybe, right now, if this were to play out, it would be better than what Boston did. It would be, it would be the best regular season in the history of the sport. I don't know if they get it done or not, but they're doing it, getting everyone's best game. Everyone's best game. Trust me on that one. And boy, oh boy, did the Lightning bring it last night. That was good hockey.
Yeah, that was fun.
Tampa with an empty netter wins 4-2, but it was a terrific game. Getzel scored the first one. He's got 19. Hagel had what turned out to be the game winner. He's got 20.
So the Avs had played 40 games and had lost 2 in regulation. 2 out of 40. They had 31 wins. They had 7 other games in which they lost in either overtime or a shootout. But in 60 minutes, they had played 40 games and lost twice. They came to the state of Florida. They played 2 60-minute games. They went 0-2. 2-1 and 4-2. Lightning with an empty netter to make the score a little deceiving.
The Canes may prove that we can still play football in the Sunshine State. But the Lightning and Panthers reminded everyone in hockey this past week that if you want to dance with Lord Stanley, you better bring your A game to the Sunshine State.
Yeah, the cup goes through Florida, boys. Yeah, Detroit may be hockey town, but Florida is the hockey state.
So there, Colorado. So there. But what a terrific! It was physical, and it was one of those games. The empty and I try my damnedest to get to bed by 10 o'clock to get up for the show. I do, except for Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. Other than that, 10 o'clock's the witching hour unless there's a reason to stay up. And they scored the empty netter, and I was about to turn the TV off, and I said, this has been a little too physical to shut this off right now.
Right.
And of course, at the end of the game, there was a little scrum, and Tampa not only beat them, but they said, you will not try to play physical with us. We're here to match you.
So did you see the post game?
I did not.
It was whoever their, sideline reporter, so to speak, is, and Hagel sitting on the bench. And she wraps up the interview, which is also being broadcast to the crowd. And she says, hey, one word to describe this team right now. And he said, winners, and got up and walked off like he's Kurt Signetti.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Spring training is a big win for Lee County. Beginning next month, we will proudly host the Boston Red Sox and Minnesota Twins right here in Southwest Florida. It's more than great baseball. It's jobs, visitors, and $69 million in tourism impact for our local economy. Get your tickets at RedSox.com and Twins.com. Be part of something that strengthens our community. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Will we do a playoff bracket? No.
No.
Johnny Mack, you should have just come back with how many cups have the Leafs won? I don't know, in your life. Because in my life, I can count I need both hands to count Tampa and Florida, just so you're aware.
I was going to say this century.
Right.
All right. This century, in this state, we got 5. Hell, this century, we got 5 cups and 8 trips to the final.
And you have tea times.
Hello.
I wanted the Panthers to win last night just because Marchand made the comment, it was going to be the Leafs. And I mean, Biz went, I don't know if you saw his video.
No.
He went nuts. He started ripping Marchand. And he's so full of blank. His eyes are brown and his breath smells.
That's so hockey.
Good move, Johnny Mack. And Michael, you missed it because we just talked about it. For you and for you only, I will repeat what we said. The cup goes through Florida. Don't ever forget it. You went 0-for in this state. You've been beaten out of everybody, and you went 0-for in the state of Florida. You have as many losses in Florida this week as you have all year.
And unfortunately, Michael, your franchise is to the point where it really is get to the finals or bust.
And it's too bad because I can't see anything happen to my boy Bedsy because that's the best. That might be the best hair in pro sports right now.
Ooh.
You have a better salad as a coach than Jared Bednar.
Ooh.
I was pissed. They're going back home because I was going to text them last night and say, hey, can we get you on the show? But I know they flew back home right after the game last night because they're home tomorrow.
Ooh. Better hair
than Bedsy?
Benzie.
That is such a good salad. Ronnie Duguay looks at that salad and goes,
says, that's a good salad.
That's a good salad.
Yep. Duguay looks at Bednar and goes, ooh la la Sassoon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's such an old reference.
Yes, it is.
It's 45 years old, easy. If it's a minute. Golly.
How close are you to Buffalo, Johnny? I don't know the geography of New York that well. I mean, I know that Buffalo's way north and the city's way south. In between, there's a big state. Great guy, Michael. I've known Jared for years. Great guy. And he was a tough guy when he played. No, I got you. But, I mean, just as well as the Sabres have been playing lately.
And you know the funny thing is they'd miss the playoffs today. I think they're a point out. I think Pittsburgh has the last wild card right now. I think they're a point ahead of Buffalo.
Pittsburgh is 49. Buffalo is 48. Florida has 47. It is deceiving, though, because you've got Detroit with 54, and they've played 2 or 3 more games than everybody.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out when they have the lull in their schedule. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Vinny Cerrato to join us in an hour to talk about the Ravens and where they go from here. Seth Everett in a little more than an hour. Bud Elliott in 2 hours. Chris Perkins, top of our bonus out to discuss the Dolphins and their GM search and what's going on this offseason in Miami. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And the Starting Five is brought to you by Lee County. Lee County, Florida. Building a better community through BST, business, sports, and tourism. You know,
I'm going to need a moment.
Why
Wow. For those of you listening to the show, not watching, we have a banner that scrolls talking about Lee County, basically giving David that liner that I generally press so he knows to read the sponsor liner. He did it himself.
Taking a lot of verbal abuse today, and I've earned all of it over the years. Absolutely all of it.
Way to go, kid.
Kid. Ravens fired John Harbaugh. Although apparently after he and the owner talked, Harbaugh was okay with it. But it's a firing because he had 3 years left on his contract. 18 seasons in Baltimore. He won 180 regular season games. Do the math. That's 10 a year. He won 13 playoff games. Of course, they won the Super Bowl. But he only had 3 playoff wins with Lamar. And the Ravens went 8-9 this year. Missed the playoffs. Only the 3rd losing season of Harbaugh's career. But the 63-year-old, according to his agent, he will get back on the job interview horse by the end of the week because 7 teams reached out to the agent within 45 minutes of word breaking that Harbaugh had been fired. Remember, there are 6 other openings. So somebody called his agent who currently has a head coach. At least one team.
At least one team.
Team.
And David, if I put the under at 2.5 teams, would 1.5 I'd go for sure over. 2.5 teams that still have a coach. Would you go over or under?
I'd go under, but I think it's 2 also. I do. There are a lot of other job openings, though, in the NFL. Cowboys fired defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. Lions fired offensive coordinator John Moulton. Commanders got rid of both coordinators. They fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., and apparently offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders mutually agreed that he should move on. A lot of folks think Kingsbury's going to get a head coaching job in this cycle. By the way, Atlanta Falcons rework Kirk Cousins' contract, likely leading to his release within the next 9 weeks. The new NFL business calendar starts in the first half of March, and the way the contract is worded, they have to decide within the first 3 days of the new year, or else he counts on the books and his cap hit is huge, and nobody thinks that the Falcons now are going to keep him. College football news. Nebraska regrouped after the Notre Dame kid turned them down and went to Kentucky when they thought they had a deal. The Cornhuskers went out and got the Mountain West Player of the Year, UNLV quarterback Anthony Colandrea. So he'll be the quarterback in Nebraska. Oregon running back Jordan Davison, who leads the team with 15 rushing touchdowns and led the team in rushing. He will miss Friday's semifinal against Indiana. Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate declared for the NFL draft. The Canes, by the way, confident that defensive tackle Ahmad Moulton Sr. will play tomorrow night against Ole Miss. Moulton injured his ankle against Ohio State, only played 19 snaps in the quarterfinal win, but Miami feels good about him dressing and playing tomorrow night. They'll need him. Hockey. Lightning have won 8 in a row. Avs have lost 2 in a row. Brandon Hagel broke a 2-all tie midway through the third. Vasilevsky, 31 saves. A very entertaining 4-2 Tampa Bay win over Colorado.
Playoff-esque. It really was. It was a playoff-like hockey game last night.
Toronto got the better of the Panthers 4-1. Kachuk still not back for Florida. Toronto 4-1. Do you know the Dallas Stars have lost 6 in a row? Before they lost 6 in a row, they had only lost 4 times in regulation all year. Carolina doubled them up 6-3. Trevor Zegras got traded from Anaheim to Philly this offseason. Zegras scored 2 first-period goals. After the first goal, Flyers, by the way, won 5-2. He scores on a one-timer. He skates around. He takes his right hand. He brings it up to his ear as if he's answering the phone, and then he quickly hangs up. After the game, he was asked, "What was that you did after the first goal?" He said, "I was just replaying how long Anaheim spent on the phone with me when they told me they had traded me." All righty then. Let's see, where else? How about the Sabres? They won 11 of 12. They beat Vancouver 5-3. The Islanders beat the Devils last night on Long Island 9-0.
Yeah, they missed the extra point on their first touchdown.
Anthony Duclair had a hat trick and 2 helpers, but Mark, they left the goalie in for the Devils for the whole game. Who lets their starting goalie absorb a 9-0 defeat?
Montreal, when they had Patrick Waugh, and the franchise went in the toilet after that.
I was going to say, I don't think I've seen it since 1995.
Right.
Come to think of it.
The Devils now are, in the whole conference is tight. So you go on a winning streak, you're back in the playoffs. But the Devils now are in 6th in their division.
Right.
They were battling with Carolina for a while for first. They've gone on a bit of a skid here. Hughes is hurt. They didn't get the other Hughes. What else is new? Hughes is hurt.
The Kraken are 8-0-1 in their last 9. Seattle beat Boston 7-4. San Jose 5-2 over Columbus. You know this Connor McDavid guy, he's eating up. He had a hat trick from McDavid. Edmonton 6-2 over Nashville. Last year, the Winnipeg Jets were the best team in the league in the regular season. Right now, they're the second worst team in the league. They've lost 10 in a row. Vegas beat them 4-3 in overtime. 6 games in the NBA. Boy, the Heat got whacked in Minnesota. Anthony Edwards with 26. Rudy Gobert, 13.17 rebounds. T-Wolves, 122-94.
And they got back, but the Heat are about what we thought they were. The other Florida team?
Yeah, Orlando trailed the Wizards by 26.
The Wizards
nearly came back and won. Washington held them off at the end, 120-112. Lakers were down 7 after 3 quarters. LeBron with 30. They rallied to beat New Orleans, 111-103. Wemby was back, came off the bench, played 21 minutes, scored 30 points in 21 minutes. They needed one more bucket. Memphis held off San Antonio, 106-105. Cleveland handed the Pacers a franchise record 13th straight loss. Cavs 120, Indiana 116. And Brandon Williams, a 3 with 34 seconds to go. Dallas survives Sacramento 100-98. College hoops, Michigan unbeaten, ranked second by a point. They were nearly the number 1 team in the country. They've been destroying teams, ranked teams. They beat Gonzaga by over 40. They beat a top 15 team 2 weeks ago by 34.
Whacked USC last week. I mean, they're good.
When USC was ranked, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, they went to Happy Valley last night and survived Penn State.
And build it to like a 13, 15-point lead early second half, and Penn State just kept coming and kept coming.
Michigan, 74-72 over the Nittany Lions. It was one of our system plays, take Penn State in the 22.5. Our other system play was take Minnesota at home in the 5.5. They beat 19th ranked Iowa straight up, 70-67. Gators handled Georgia. Georgia was the ranked team. Florida was the favored team.
By nearly 10 points, they were favored.
Right. Gators 92-77 over the Dogs. Battle of ranked teams, 6th ranked Duke over 20th ranked Louisville, 84-73. UCF, first game ranked this year. They went on the road. Oklahoma State beat them 87-76. Kansas, 8 down with 2.5 minutes to go at home in Allen Fieldhouse, survives TCU in double OT, 104-100. Tennessee beat Texas, 85-71. A rock fight between Houston and Texas Tech, a battle of top 15 teams. The Cougars, 69-65. Auburn blew a 16-point second half lead. Texas A&M had a 90-88 lead with 0.6 of a second left. A&M sagged way back. Auburn threw the ball to a player who was wide open 40 feet from the basket. He caught it in one motion, turned around, and swished a 3 for the win until they took a look at the replay and they ruled he didn't get the shot off in time. Auburn argued. I got to tell you, if you look at the replay, it's tough to tell. It's really tough to tell whether or not he got that shot off in time or not. And they took the 3 off the board against the home team. And A&M survives Auburn 90-88. And at 10 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know, brought to you by Lee County, Florida. Lee County, building a better community through BST, business, sports, and tourism.
David, I already have one poll question up that I got up during the starting 5 because I had a little fun. You know, I always look at that National Day calendar. Right. Today is apparently National Bubble Bath Day. And I asked the very simple question, when's the last time you took a bath? Last week, last month, last year, or when you were a child? I went with D. The other one that I have typed and ready to go with your approval. Who gets fired? Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel, both, neither.
Ooh, I like it.
Done.
I like it.
Miller _ Moulton, that Mark Miller, soon to be the David Moulton on X. Those are a couple of poll questions, since I'm pretty sure we didn't have one yesterday, and I don't think we had one on Monday either.
A bath. Man, I'm going to have to think about this.
Well, and I have to ask you on this, and obviously you haven't, but you stay in really nice hotels.
Mm-hmm.
On occasion, I have to imagine that in some of these swanky joints that you stay in across the country, particularly when you somehow end up with suites, that you end up with a pretty good tub.
Oh, amazing tubs.
Have you ever, because this is where Miller and Moulton differ. A lot of places, but this one in particular. David, for whatever reason, when he's in these swanky rooms, refuses to go hotel slippers and robe. If it were me, I would drop gear, be buck naked, and be in slippers and robe the majority of the time that I was in the hotel room by myself. I might even have a cigar or a cigarette in a cigarette holder that I never lit while walking around the room.
Who would you pretend that you were? Like Thurston Howell the third? Oh, okay.
I'd be putting that Grateful Dead doing St. Stephen from the Playboy show in the early 70s on a loop, and I would just stroll around the room talking to nobody.
That's fantastic.
But when's the last time you took a bath? And which, if either, Bucks or Dolphins coach get fired? Those are our two poll questions on a hump day. Vinny Cerrato will join us next hour to talk about what's going on in Baltimore. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in our 8 o'clock hour, and Chris Perkins to talk Dolphins at 9.
Play all night, play all day. Experience more in paradise. At Seminole Casino Hotel, we're bringing you more. With the newest slots, action-packed table games, sports betting, the hottest entertainment, and a variety of award-winning restaurants. Expect more with live craps, roulette, and blackjack 24/7. And over 1,400 of the most popular slot machines. This is the place where paradise never ends. This is Seminole Casino Hotel. Minutes away from more. For more information, visit moreinparadise.com. Must be 21 to play slots and table games. Concerned about your gambling? Call or text 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
EB, that would make, if our audience were all over the age of at least 55, because from a TV standpoint, I'm an old soul. Do you know how old you'd have to be to answer that question and know what the hell we're talking about? Yeah, I mean, are they both dead, DC? Like, which dead woman would you rather sleep with? Oh, I mean, similar age there, Mello. I'm just telling you. I mean, you guys are, I mean, we love to go 70s and 80s, but these are 50, 40, and 50-year-old references. Born in the 70s. How old does that make you, DC? Just saying. We're old.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, but 2 poll questions already up. With 7 coaches having been shown the door in the NFL, 2 of them during the season, 5 of them since play. Well, heck, it was even before play ended on Sunday. Atlanta had already cleaned house. But 7 vacancies. Will there be an 8th? Will there be a 9th? Will it occur in the state of Florida? We ask you, Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel, who gets fired? One of them, both of them, none of them. That's our poll question. I voted McDaniel.
I voted both. I wouldn't fire Bowles, you know that. But I don't know why. I just have a feeling. The more I read, the more I see, the more I think that. Well, let me ask you this, David, because I believe that all owners, everybody wants to be liked. I mean, there are some people out there that may not want to be liked. But even Miller and Moulton, as snarky as we are, we'd prefer to be liked than disliked. And whether it's, the stations that do sports in Tampa, whether it's the Pewter Report, whether it's the people that write about it, all of the stories right now in and around Tampa are asking whether or not Bowles should be fired. And it seems to me most of the sentiment is that they want him gone.
Yes.
And I do believe not all owners, but certain owners pay attention to that. And I think the Glazers are owners that pay attention to that.
I think if the Glazers are honest, though, something that you have been bringing up for weeks now. Listen, Todd Bowles has a really good track record in Tampa as defensive coordinator and as head coach. Some people wish it was better. Okay. But this is the best stretch, by the way, in franchise history. This is better than the Dungy stretch, just so you know. The Arians Bowles run here is better than the Dungy Gruden run. It is. Now, it may not feel that way because the whole Dungy Gruden thing was the first sustained success in franchise history, and that, I think, is held as more sacred than the success that came a generation later. But this is the best run in franchise history, even though they lost 7 of their last 9 to end this season. But you brought up at least a month ago, I think longer, Jason Light's been a really good general manager, but a lot of the weaknesses that they have in personnel right now, those are moves that he made, and they haven't panned out, whether it's draft picks and whether it's just the luck that, certain guys can't stay healthy. Like, I love the Kalijah Cansey draft pick. When he plays, he's terrific. He can't stay on the field. I don't know what you do with that. And, as Tony Dungy and others have famously said, the most important ability is availability. He paid Hassan Reddick, what was it, $10, $12 million?
Right where I was going to go, David.
Oof. He stole money.
And look I'll be the first one to admit it wasn't just Jason Light that was wrong on that one. Because when he signed Reddick, I applauded it. The Bucs needed a pass rusher from what was out there that looked to be as good as anything that was out there. And they got him. He was a bust. A flat-out bust.
Most of the defensive linemen that Jason Light has drafted this decade have not worked out for one reason or another. They have not worked out. I mean, when was Vita Vea drafted? He's been the best defensive lineman on the team the entire time he's been on the team. And there's really been no number 2. And Vita Vea is near the end. He's still very productive, but he's near the end. Levante David and Mike Evans are going to walk off into the sunset here. This team now has got real personnel issues. So who's more at fault, Bowles or Jason Light? Maybe Bowles during the season, but when you look at the roster right now, what concerns you more, the head coach or the roster? Just saying. So that's why if I'm the Glazers, I'd look at Todd Bowles and go, listen, I could fire you for numerous reasons, but I'm going to give you a reprieve. But then I'd look over at the general manager and go, let me tell you something. You've had a lot more misses than hits here than we'd like to acknowledge. You got some work to do, dude. And you better have a really good offseason. Or else I don't like your chances to see 2027. I'm just saying.
And yeah, they were banged up this year. But you know what? To everybody that tries to make the "we were injured" excuse, may I present you with the San Francisco 49ers? Because I don't know if there was any team that was quite, or for that matter, the LA Chargers. I mean, these two teams suffered a ton of injuries, lost a lot of games, some starters, due to injuries. They're both still playing. And San Francisco did it in not only the best division in football, historically the best division ever in football. We've never had three teams with 12-plus wins in an A division. I know we've added a game. I get it. But it doesn't take away what that division was this year. And they fared pretty well in division because you can remember a lot of games outside of the division they lost.
So that's our poll question. Which Florida coach gets fired? Bowles, McDaniel, both? Neither. Vote accordingly.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you don't subscribe to the X platform, you can text us what you think about the question. 21,000's the text line. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. The reason we picked Miller, it's easier to spell than Moulton. Every time. Because I have no, I set up emails for David and I when we put Miller and Moulton.com together. They're very simple. David at millerandmoulton.com, Mark at millerandmoulton.com. David's never been on it. Not once. We've had the email address for 4 years.
I think I went on it one time because you wanted to prove to me that I had it. And so I went on it and I went, I'll be darned. And I haven't been on it again.
But I only bring that up because I use that. That's my email address. That's the one I use for most of my stuff and stuff outside of work. And when people look at do I have your email? It's Mark at Miller and they just stop.
What is that?
Millerandmoulton.com. Yes, that's the one.
Right. That's how you pronounce it. It's a lot of vowels. I know. No A's, no E's. It's confusing. Got it.
So Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like. The text line is sponsored by Pelican Roofing of Florida. 1-866-9-PELICAN, commercial and residential, statewide. Pelican Roofing of Florida for all of your roofing needs, commercial and residential.
Hey, I got a theory. About tomorrow night's semifinal. That it's a really big game for the SEC. Because if Miami beats Ole Miss, I mean, the SEC's had a really rough bowl season. Really rough. And think about it. If Ole Miss loses, somebody's going to go, well, Ole Miss made the semis. And it's going to be like, yeah, but what if I argue they beat Tulane at home and another overranked SEC team? And before you get upset, can we go through, upon further review, the SEC standings? And Mark, we acknowledged that the preseason rankings played a huge role in certain SEC teams being held in certain regard all year when their resumes did not justify the ranking. Well, if Miami beats Ole Miss, can't the ACC and the Big Ten really go after the SEC all winter and spring and into the summer to try to do what? Influence the preseason top 25. Yeah, they get a lot of things wrong, but it's real easy when Penn State and Clemson lose 6 and 5 games and fall out of the rankings. That's easy. What's difficult is when teams go 8 and 4 in their preseason top 15, they manage to stay in the rankings all year because they beat bad teams and they lose to the good teams. And because they lose to the good teams, they don't drop very far in the rankings, so they stay ranked. I mean, Mark, if Ole Miss loses to Miami, what's the SEC hanging their hat on this year? Seriously. First off, it's going to be the third year in a row the Big Ten plays for the Natty, and the winner of the semifinals is going to be favored in the national championship game. But the SEC as a conference, what's their argument heading into the offseason? Seriously, what is it? They got destroyed in the bowls.
Right. Bama got whooped.
Humiliated. 38-3.
And A&M lost, so their wins are against other teams in their conference. Bama beating Oklahoma, Ole Miss beating Georgia. So they didn't beat anybody outside of their conference, that is.
Right, and their big, bad, vaunted conference turned out to be a little more paper mache than cinder block. And that's why I think this is a really big game for the SEC for the whole offseason hype and the preseason top 25 next year. Ole Miss beats Miami, whether they win the title or not. The SEC has got a peg to hang their hat on. Miami beats Ole Miss. The SEC is going to have a rough offseason.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Puck, I will say, because I get the fact you just like to argue, I think for argument's sake. David was talking about an entire conference, okay? That's the first thing. So if you're going to argue with David, your argument would be, what's the Big Ten done? And we just told you, their two teams are playing in the semifinal. So it isn't an Ohio State versus, Georgia or Alabama argument. It's a Big Ten versus SEC argument. And what the point David was making was, how do you attack the SEC for preseason rankings? That your question, quite frankly, had nothing to do with what the segment was about.
This is going to get very hard going forward because of unbalanced scheduling. Very hard going forward. Like Puck taking a shot at Ohio State's schedule. I'll say it again. Late August, not only was no one questioning Ohio State's schedule, we thought the schedule was hard. We did. We thought it was very challenging. Texas, Penn State, at Michigan, at Washington, at Wisconsin. We thought those teams, Washington, quite frankly, was Tennessee, Missouri. It was 8-4, lost to the good teams on their schedule. Washington was the exact same as Tennessee and Missouri. Where were Tennessee and Missouri ranked all year, and where was Washington? Washington was lucky to sneak into the top 25. Tennessee and Missouri were in the teens all year. That's my argument, that this has been a really bad year for the SEC, because their argument is, we're far and away the best. We're far and away the most dominant. And they had been. But, when there are SEC Big Ten bowl matchups and Iowa wins and Illinois wins.
The preseason top, I'm looking at it right now. The preseason, first off, there's two teams in the top 10 that are still playing. Oh, by the way, there are three teams in the top 20, because you have to go all the way to 20 to find Indiana. We can go through this if you want the AP poll.
So what do you got? Oregon and Miami?
Oregon and Miami were top 10.
And Miami, I think, was 10.
10. Indiana was 20. Ole Miss was 21. Arizona State was 11.
Well,
LSU was a top 10 team.
Clemson and Penn State were both in the top 5. They both went 7-6 this year. Played each other in a bowl game. Right, Puck, but the preseason rankings are junk, but they're dangerous because they kind of lock in what the poll is going to look like for most of the year, unless you have a Clemson or Penn State type season.
And yes, it does prove that. And this is something that we on this show have been talking about for the better part of 15 years.
Yes.
But it's a big deal.
It is.
And they're not going to stop doing them, because they sell magazines, they get clicks, they get people interested. It will never stop, ever.
If by chance the AP announced they were stopping it, ESPN would do their own. Why? Because they would want to hype the teams that they're broadcasting.
And this goes back to David's argument. How do you attack the SEC when they are on the number one platform for the sport, and there's nothing that's a close second? Fox is nowhere in the area code from their coverage and what people, there's Fox Radio does nothing compared to ESPN Radio. Not to mention, Fox Radio doesn't talk college football. ESPN barely does. No, we don't have to value it, but they do.
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Vinny Cerrato, in a little more than 15 minutes' time, former executive with the 49ers and then Redskins. Been a long-time sports radio guy in Baltimore, very connected to the Ravens. With them firing John Harbaugh yesterday evening, we'll talk with Vinny Cerrato about the firing and about where the Ravens go from here. Seth Everett at the top of the hour, Bud Elliott in a little more than an hour, Chris Perkins to headline the bonus hour to talk about the Dolphins. Speaking of the Dolphins, they're featured in one of our poll questions. Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel, which one gets fired? Bowles, McDaniel, neither or both? That's one of our poll questions. And what's today? National Bubble Bath Day?
It's National Bubble Bath Day. And much like I anticipated, I asked, when's the last time you took a bath? Last week, last month, last year, when I was a child. 78% of you have said when I was a child. And I don't know. I mean, I could ask another question on it. Are baths overrated or underrated? Because I got to admit, it's a pain in the ass to draw the tub and wait for it and get the water right, and the water gets cold too quickly. And we live in Florida, where a lot of us have big bathtubs. They're called hot tubs, or pools for that matter, in the summer when they get to about 90 degrees. So I don't do baths, but I do the hot tub occasionally. But, we've got the big tub. The wife uses the tub. She likes to put the little, those bath bombs in there and take a tub.
Right.
She has a tub. She has a pillow. It's a tub pillow
right.
that has the suction cups and sticks on there, and she can just lounge with a candle and a book and sit in the tub for a good 40 minutes. We've been in our house for, I think, 8 years now, our new house, 8-9 years. I've never been in the tub. I've never thought about it.
We have remodeled most of the condo that we bought. The two areas we have not remodeled are the two bathrooms, and both of them have tubs. And I want to eliminate both of them.
Yeah, big shower. I'd rather have a big shower.
Yeah, totally.
A lot of room. Maybe multiple shower heads.
Yeah. Why do we need these? And I'm sure somebody's going to tell me resale value. What do I care? I'll be dead.
So more than 75% of you haven't taken a tub since you were a child. Neither getting fired is now leading.
Wow.
The Bowles, McDaniel, both neither question. 39% of you saying neither. 26% of you saying McDaniel. Bowles and both are tied at a little more than 17%. I did get this text, by the way.
What a kicker it would be, Mark, if John Harbaugh gets fired and both Bowles and McDaniel stay.
Wow. That is something.
Right.
I did get this text. I tub regularly after a shower with bath bombs. And by the way, this text did not come to the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. This came to my phone from a friend.
Oh, I was hoping it was from your wife.
No.
Just a friend.
She doesn't listen to this show.
I just thought by chance she got in the car. She was driving to work. It was on. And the moment that, she got in the car and turned it on, we were talking about a bath. She listened for a minute. Huh. Interesting.
Another text on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line into the too much information category, but I can't help but read the whole damn thing. As a big man with hemorrhoids, had to soak in the tub about a month ago. No bubbles. And McDaniel should be fired.
Well, I'm glad you chimed in on the other one, sir. Thanks for the visual.
As a big man with hemorrhoids.
Thanks for the visual.
Oh, damn, that's solid. All right. I want to continue on to what you were talking about because Miller and Moulton hate preseason polls. We do.
Hate them.
We have forever. I think I might have jumped on this before David. One of the few times I might have been ahead of the curve because as we've talked about this, damn near as long as we've done a show together, probably as long as we've done a show together. They influenced who played for the Natty when we did 2 teams. I think it was it Auburn that finished undefeated in 3rd and didn't get in the title game because they weren't ranked high enough to start the season.
USC and Oklahoma were both in the top 5 in the preseason. Auburn, I think, was 23rd. USC and Oklahoma didn't lose. Neither did Auburn. No way Auburn was going to get ahead of USC or Oklahoma because they just weren't thought of at the beginning of the season and throughout most of the season. They just weren't thought of as an equal.
So here's the preseason AP poll, because we made a lot out of Penn State and Clemson, and rightly so. But Texas was the preseason number 1. They didn't make the playoff. Maybe they should have to some of you, but they didn't.
They went 9-3. I mean, they weren't awful, but okay.
No. Penn State was 2. Ohio State 3. Obviously had a good season. Clemson 4. Georgia 5. The Irish were 6. Oregon 7. Bama 8. LSU 9. 9. Okay. Miami was 10. So only 2 of the top 10 teams in the country are still playing football.
How many of the top 10, though, made the playoff? Because you got Ohio State, you got Bama,
and Georgia. So
right.
Half of the top 10 made the playoff.
Okay.
Your next group, Arizona State 11. Illinois 12. South Carolina 13.
Yeah, that was a big miss.
Michigan 14. Florida was preseason 15. Another big miss. SMU 16. Kansas State 17. Oklahoma 18. Now they were a playoff team. A&M 19, another playoff team. Indiana preseason 20.
So think about that. Preseasons 18, 19, and 20 all made the playoff.
As did 21 Ole Miss.
Ooh.
Iowa State was 22. Texas Tech 23. Tennessee 24. And Boise was 25.
So 18, 19, 20, 21, and 23 all made the playoff.
Yep.
Wow. That's interesting. So as many teams ranked 18 through 23rd made the playoff as ranked in the top 10. Huh.
Now, fortunately, with 12 and some automatic qualifiers, it's not what it once was, how we described the Oklahoma, USC, and Auburn from many years ago. But these polls have an influence on the committee. They shouldn't. We all agree on that. But when the first committee rankings come out, you don't even need to watch the show. All you need to do is look at the AP rankings because they're virtually the same every time.
So that's why I believe the Ole Miss Miami result is a big deal, because the SEC really needs Ole Miss to win. They need quality wins, not against each other. They use that as their argument for how good we are. The last 3 weeks can be used against them as, no, it shows how overhyped you were.
And what will the SEC hang their head on in the offseason if Ole Miss loses? Well, wait until April. They'll talk about how they had more players drafted from their conference than anyone else. But, David, that will be the case, and it might always be the case. But with NIL, it's, I don't think, in the coming years going to be as dominant as it's been in the last decade.
Someone made the point last week that the SEC should actually reverse course, and the SEC going forward should be pushing for the 4-4-2-2-1-1 format and pushing for some sort of salary cap control, if you will, because quite frankly, the older northern schools have more money. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Play all night, play all day. Experience more in paradise at Seminole Casino Hotel. We're bringing you more. With real cards and real dealers 24/7, this is the place where the action never ends. Now you can bet on your favorite team, roll the dice on craps, or spin the wheel for roulette. We've got your game. Plus, the Zigzag Girls Blackjack Pit features nonstop excitement and free drinks while you play. This is Seminole Casino Hotel, minutes away from more. For more information, visit moreinparadise.com. Must be 21 to play slots and table games. Concerned about your gambling? Call or text 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Spring training is a big win for Lee County. Beginning next month, we will proudly host the Boston Red Sox and Minnesota Twins right here in Southwest Florida. It's more than great baseball. It's jobs, visitors, and $69 million in tourism impact for our local economy. Get your tickets at redsox.com and twins.com. Be part of something that strengthens our community. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thank you. You know, I'd save that one for a best of, but I don't know when the next time we're going to do a best of. Because as my buddy who texted me about his own bath, he goes, I don't know if I've laughed that hard about the hemorrhoid guy in a long time. Oh, yeah, there is, Johnny. Come on, just the word itself is funny. I mean, when you really think about it, you got a big bubble inside your bum, and someone says, let's call it a hemorrhoid. Okay. I don't think there's anything that's not funny about a hemorrhoid.
It just sounds funny.
Right.
Although they are painful.
Yes, they are. My dad used to call people hemorrhoids. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. You know, sometimes it's tough to give good phone if they're not accepting of good phone. Very short. He'll talk like I'm sure it's all get up on air, but
it's early.
Right. I can't give good phone if they don't want to accept good phone. It's a good point, Yinzer. Well said. Well placed. It's funny, DC. That is funny.
And EB, I totally agree with you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Seth Everett at the top of the hour. Bud Elliott 1 hour from now to preview the college football semifinals. Chris Perkins talk about Mike McDaniel. Is he staying or going? At the top of our bonus hour. But Vinny Cerrato is kind enough to join us after the, well, surprising to most of us news. Ravens getting rid of John Harbaugh after 18 years. Vinny, a longtime NFL executive, Niners and then Redskins. Very successful, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. They are the best in the sports scene in Baltimore. Vinny, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How you guys doing?
Well, we are well. Listen, since you're obviously much more in touch than the average person, how surprised were you at the news?
Well, you know, we've been talking about it on the show because caller, anytime the Ravens lose, they want to fire Harbaugh anyhow. You know, and I've always thought that it would be a mutual decision if it was going to happen because John had been around so long. But apparently, you know, John wanted to stay, and I don't know what went into the conversations, you know, why it ended up being that way. But was it a shock? Somewhat, but not really, you know, somewhat, but not really. So I just think that I think this is going to end up being a good move for both, you know, because look at like Andy Reid in Philly, you know, that type of thing where, you know, guys been around a long time and it's good for both sides because they need a new voice and it's good for John. I think John's going to be rejuvenated and I think he's going to be excited to go, you know, to the next place that he goes to. I'll bet you John has a job within 2 weeks, probably.
How much do you buy in, if at all, Vinny, to the talk that was out there that Harbaugh and Lamar were not getting along? Because obviously Lamar's 29 today. He's the franchise quarterback. We all know how good he is. Was there a problem between those two, or was that a media creation?
I think it was somewhat of a media creation. You know, all the stuff that, you know, Mike Preston wrote about in his article a couple of weeks ago, a lot of that stuff happened like 4 or 5 years ago, you know, with him falling asleep in meetings and doing all those types of things. And, you stay up night, playing video games. So they would practice in the afternoons during training camp, so Lamar would be fresh and have, breakfast and everything else. So, yeah, I think all those things happened a while ago. It seemed like things were fine. I mean, was John probably happy about Lamar missing practice every Wednesday? No. So I don't think that was something. I mean, a coach wants his players to be practicing all the time. So I don't really buy it. I mean, I don't know Lamar. I haven't talked to Lamar. I know the coaches. I know, I texted with Harbs two days ago. So I don't really buy that, but they say he lost the locker room. To me, when somebody loses the locker room, players don't play hard. All I know is the Ravens were competing their butts off, in these games. So I don't buy that part. I just think that Steve Bisciotti wanted a new voice, Now, don't be shocked if, you guys are down there in Florida. I wouldn't be shocked if Stephen Ross has put in a call to John Harbaugh.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise us either. And he should, if he hasn't already. Vinny Cerrato, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, kind enough to join us. Listen, the three of us were in agreement in late August that this was the best roster in the league.
Yep, no doubt.
Were we wrong, or did a whole bunch of people just not perform?
I would say that, we talked about it all fall on our show, is if you look at the Ravens and you look at their players, other than maybe Kyle Hamilton, who played as good as or better than they did last year? Nobody. I mean, maybe you could throw Derrick Henry, maybe, but probably not. But, I mean, they all regress, especially the offensive line. The offensive line really took a step back, and that's what killed the offense. The offense is coming off of, a team that 2 years in a row, the number one offense, averaging 410 yards a game. I mean, they were unstoppable offensively. So I just think that it was total underperforming. And why? I don't know. I mean, I was in training camp every day. I thought they looked pretty damn good, and I was extremely shocked by the 1-5 start. I think that loss to Buffalo, the comeback, I think that was kind of a sign of things to come, in the fourth quarter with the defense, and then offensively, the offensive line was a killer, I thought. Lamar was sacked more times this year than he'd been sacked in a long time. And he was scrambling around. They couldn't run the ball as well. So I think the offensive line, and then the pass rush. No pass rush. They want to come with, bring four. They couldn't get there. So, I think it was an extremely disappointing year.
We all know Lamar played most of this season with injury. But going forward, he's 29 today. He's obviously not going to be able to run next year as well as he ran when he was a young man. And he's not old by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm not implying that. But whoever the new coach is, whatever the new philosophy is, does the offense have to change for Lamar going forward for the Ravens to be successful?
No, I think it's still got to revolve around Lamar. I mean, Lamar needs to be able to use his legs. I mean, that's what makes him special. I mean, some of the plays he made, because he makes the Houdini plays, which he did, against the Steelers the other day. But he needs to have his legs involved in the offense, because that scares the defenses, and that gives the Ravens, an extra advantage. So he's got to be able to use his legs. He can throw, he can do all those things, but he has to be able to use his legs because it's such a big threat.
You've been involved in hiring coaches before. If you were consulted on this one, would you be leaning more towards a Cliff Kingsbury type coach, or Or are you looking, since it's a veteran team, for maybe someone who's been there and done that and been more successful than Cliff?
Yeah, I would want somebody more successful than Kingsbury, who just got fired by Washington. I think it'll be Steve Bisciotti's going to have a big say. Steve Bisciotti likes a guy that he can be friends with and grow with and everything. I think maybe like a Jesse Minter, who's been at the Ravens, went to Michigan, won national championship with, Jim Harbaugh. He's out at the Chargers. So I think that's kind of I think it'll be a younger guy. I mean, Harv's was what? Harv's was
63.
When he got the job.
Yeah, mid-40s. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it'll be a younger guy. I don't see it being a retread at all. Cliff Kingsbury, I don't think he wouldn't be on my list.
All right, what are the needs heading in? You brought up the fact that the offensive line underperformed, that they didn't get to the quarterback. So as we start looking towards April in the draft, what are the most pressing needs that need to be addressed for this team for next year?
Well, if Ronnie Stanley's not back, they need a left tackle. They're going to need O-line. They're going to need guards. They're going to need pass rush. They're going to need a corner because Marlon Humphrey will probably be gone too. So, and if Matabike is out, they're going to need a defensive lineman because they have Travis Jones, who's a stud. They re-signed Jenkins, who's like 34, 35 years old. They only want him in the rotation. So they have needs. They're picking, I think, 14th. So there is some definite needs, but offensive line is a big one. And you got a franchise quarterback, they need to take care of him. So I would think, offensive line, defensive line, pass rusher, corner, something like that. That would be where they would go.
Vinny, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. A belated Happy New Year and continued success with 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore.
And if Harbs ends up in Miami, which, here's what I was thinking. Stephen Ross, Michigan guy, Jim Harbaugh, he liked Jim, Stephen Ross did, and you could be your own GM. You could bring your own guy in. Could make a lot of sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense is no quarterback.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I know the Giants, I think, are going to be big in the John Harbaugh sweepstakes.
I think so too. I like that job.
Vinny, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a good day.
Vinny Cerrato, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. I've been through Baltimore quite a bit this year. Always turn on 105.7 The Fan. They do a good job.
And Dolphin fan right now is just chomping at the bit. I mean, if they listen to that, they're re-voting on our poll question, David, because right now, when we ask who gets fired, Bowles, McDaniel, both, neither has double the vote of any other vote. Over 40% of you say neither. It was funny. I ran into a Dolphin fan the other day and asked him what he thought. I think I said this last week on the air, but he was like, if Tomlin's available, yes. If Harbaugh is available, yes. If neither of them are available, keep what we have. I don't want another hotshot coordinator.
I could be way off base, but I just think, and I don't know if this happens in other industries, but I mean, how can you be running the Bucs and the Dolphins and you see John Harbaugh fired? And if you were leaning towards keeping your guys, doesn't that make you revisit it and go, well, my goodness, if they were willing to send John Harbaugh packing, I mean, shouldn't we be holding our guys to a higher standard?
Yes, but the one thing it is interesting that we all agreed that Baltimore had the best roster going into the season. And then you listen to Vinny talk there of their needs, and it wasn't like it was one spot. Well, they need O-line, they need D-line, they need corners, they need a pass rusher. I mean, there are needs on that team. And first off, yeah, if you're a Miami fan, you want Harbaugh. if you're Harbaugh, do you want Miami?
I don't.
If your choices are just the Giants or Miami, how could you take the Miami job over the Giants? They don't have a quarterback.
He's 63. Don't you think he'll choose a place where he thinks I can win quickly? Who out there thinks you can win quickly in Miami?
You've addressed it several times in the last few days, just how grim the salary cap situation is going to be for the Miami Dolphins going forward.
Well, I mean, they're going to have a ton of dead money, a ton of it, between Tua and Tyreek. Never mind, there are other guys who are playing elsewhere in the league who are still going to count against their cap. They're going to have well over $100 million. The cap's going to be around 300. Now, can they still put a good team together? Yeah, sure. But who's their quarterback? I would go Quinn Ewers for a year. I would. And I would get Paul signed. I would get Achane signed. I would get a couple of guys on defense, including the young corner. There's about 5 or 6 younger guys that I would want to get signed now. And then get my cap situation straightened out for 27 and beyond.
Let me ask you a question, because I agree with you that I would go with Ewers next year. But would you, and I hate even using the word second-round draft pick in the Miami Dolphins, because David and I have gone through the history of second-round picks in the Dolphins, and it doesn't matter who the damn GM has been. They've been awful. But if Nuss was around from LSU in the second round, if you're Miami, even if you wanted Ewers to be the starter, would you take a chance on the LSU quarterback in the second round?
Probably.
Me too. Miller and Moulton. Who gets fired? Bowles, McDaniel, both, neither. It's one of our poll questions. And it's National Bubble Bath Day. And thank you so much for your texts regarding baths. I've loved them. When's the last time you took a bath? Last week, last month, last year, or when I was a child? Nearly 3/4 of you saying when I was a child. We like to call it the Great 8. It's coming up. Seth Everett will join us top of the hour. Bud Elliott to get into the national semifinals in about 45 minutes. Chris Perkins, top of the 9 o'clock hour to talk Dolphins. All coming up. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
You're roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Seth.
Good morning.
That looks like a new shirt.
No, it's an old shirt.
Okay. How was the trip?
Oh, it was amazing. It was something. The Arsenal game was the highlight by a million.
By a million.
By a million. I mean, everything else was cool. I had been there before, so it
Okay.
wasn't like I was seeing everything for the first time. And, you know, I wasn't going to do Big Ben, Parliament, you know, and drive around in circles. You know.
David didn't get the reference when he talked about Seth's first time since going across the pond. All I said was, look, kids, Parliament.
Look at look, kids, Big Ben. Yeah, so I didn't do like London Bridge or any of that. I went to cool stuff. I went to this rooftop bar so I could take panoramic shots of the city. I went to Camden, which is like where a bunch of like bars and pubs and stuff, and that's where Amy Winehouse used to perform. And there,
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because you're a music guy too. Did you go see any live music in any way, shape, or form?
No. New Year's, I went to this party that was like playing 80s music, but it was a DJ. It wasn't a band.
Right.
But the Amy Winehouse statue was funny because I had gone with my kids to take a picture of it. And then by accident, I walked by and I see a bunch of people crowded around, and that's what they were crowded around. And I was just like, I got to do another picture. Come on. You know, like, I adored her. I was such a fan of hers when she came out, you know, like when she burst onto the scene. I mean, I don't know. She looks like, if you listen to her, she doesn't sound like anything like she looks.
No, she does that. It's funny. I don't think I got into her until after she died. And I've got a lot of stuff on my phone. I have, when I play, I kind of joke. I've got like, evening music, if you will. And it's, a lot of stuff that I think, because I'm a rock guy, but it's got some Adele and it's got Amy Winehouse. And then I'll put Amy Winehouse on and listen to a Sinatra song right after and have no problem doing that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally. New Year's, their big thing is fireworks, because they don't have the 4th of July,
right,
because of the way that Revolutionary War went, Come on, that was low-hanging fruit.
That's funny.
Right, they view those series of events a little differently.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Yeah. So fireworks is a big deal, and they sell tickets to the good spots to see the fireworks. And they sell those tickets like months in advance, like maybe even before I even considered going out there. So I saw the fireworks with the riffraff.
And in our Twitch chat room, the answer, Mello, is yes.
What was the question?
Is Autry going to get canned?
Oh, Adrian Autry?
Yeah.
Look, it wasn't a quad 1 win yesterday, but it was an impressive win.
He's going to get canned.
At the end of this year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. A lot of my Cuse people can't stand him. He was a senior when I was a freshman.
My guess is they'll call either Jerry McNamara or Mike Hopkins, probably Mac.
Here we go.
Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home, at least on this hump day in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. Final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak, surrounding areas. Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 2 poll questions with 7 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. We ask you, well, what about Bowles and McDaniel? Who's going to get fired? Bowles, McDaniel, both, neither. Vote accordingly. And today's National Bubble Bath Day. So when's the last time you took a bath? What's it, last week, last month, last year, or when you were a kid?
That's it. Those are your choices.
Yeah. And needless to say, for most of us, it was when we were kids. And that's how we're voting. Seth, when's the last time Seth Everett joining us? Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Follow him on X, Seth_Everett. When's the last time you took a bath?
So I want to clarify, does a cold plunge count?
No.
Is that a bath?
No.
So it's only the rubber duckies. You're the one.
You clean yourself. You took a bath.
You make bath time lots of fun.
Rubber ducky. You're the only one for me. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I gave a lot of baths.
Right.
Right. Yeah, we all did. We had kids. Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
No, not since I was a kid.
There you go. All right. So.
Oh wait,
hey.
One time in Denver in the '90s, but I can't talk about that on this show.
That was Seth's one trip with ecstasy and a couple of hot women. No, I'm just kidding. Might have been something else.
Last time we spoke, it was before the holidays, and you were heading across the pond.
Yes.
To go see who is it? Arsenal?
Liverpool? And Aston Villa.
Who is it that
4-1
you
victory
root for? Arsenal.
Yeah.
So how was it?
It was amazing. It was amazing. You know, we talk about American sports, and at our age, it is very rare that you see something in sports that you've never seen before. It is very rare that you get to experience something different or new, and this made me feel like a kid. I walked into that stadium, and I couldn't wait to see the grass. I was so excited because I had seen it on TV so many times over the past 5 years. I just wanted to see what the stadium felt like. It was incredible.
Can you go back before entering the stadium? Because I what did you do before the game? Were you at any pubs? Did you walk in like when they make their march to the stadium? Just give us an idea, because we all know what, NFL and college tailgates are like. Hockey, basketball, baseball don't have that. Baseball at certain places has a little bit of get there early, but football is where we think of tailgating. So football, what was the pregame?
So the interesting thing about at least Emirates Stadium is there's no parking lots. No one drives. If you're coming from the outskirts of England, you drive your car somewhere else and take the tube, the train, the subway. And when I took the train 2 hours before kickoff, and it felt like the Bronx in the 2009 World Series. Like it was a sardine can. You were packed beyond belief. And then when I went in, it was cold. So I went into the team store. I was looking around. I bought shorts, whatever. They have a DJ in the team store. Like it's an event. We got there when the buses came. When the Arsenal bus came first, they get a big standing ovation. And then the Aston Villa bus was driving in, and everyone's booing, hissing. And it was bonkers. The biggest takeaway from the fans was the songs. They're constantly singing. And I was like, just like with the popcorn, just like watching it. My two favorite chants, they have this North London Forever that they sing literally as the ball is being placed in the middle to start the game. they play this song called North London Forever, and it's 60,000 people are all singing the chorus. But when they scored a goal, and Arsenal's in first place, and they sing, and again, it's 60,000 people. We are top of the league. 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 And they keep going, and they don't stop.
They can't
and
come
nobody
up with anything
sits
better
down.
than that.
Well, my favorite one is when there's like a foul called and there's arguing with the official, like in sports, like or an offsides, and they're like, is that an offsides? And they're going, we don't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're saying. We don't know what and
even though it's the same language that we speak, kind of, could you clearly understand all of the songs and chants? I mean, I'm guessing you knew some because you follow this club, but did you need an interpreter at any point?
Not really. Not really. The interesting thing that I find is some of the descriptive words that they use in sports is not very masculine. It is a gorgeous pass. It is a beautiful play. Like you're saying it, the way they say it, it's very elegant. That was a beautiful header. Like the way they say things, and the announcers, in this game, there were no announcers, and I've become very reliant on the announcers because they explain a lot of what's going on. And there were a lot of times during the game where I'm like, why was that a whistle? Where was that coming? The one regret I had was I didn't do my lap around the stadium like I've done at Super Bowls and hockey games and baseball games. I've been to 12 World Series, and I always, whenever I go to a new ballpark, I would circle the place and just get a lay of the land. And the game was so fast, and it's less than 2 hours. So you're not there for a really long time. And halftime, I didn't think about walking around because 60,000 people were all going, oh, you cannot drink alcohol and watch football.
What?
You must have your alcohol in the concourse. You cannot bring alcohol into the actual seats.
Interesting.
That's a law. That's not even that's not an Emirates Stadium rule. That's all throughout England.
I'm guessing that goes back to throwing stuff on the field, is my guess, or on the pitch. I'm sorry.
Well, right, but in the NHL games, they take the caps off the waters. So
right. Can you bring? I mean, could you bring a soda to the stands? Could you bring a hot dog? What do they serve for food at the damn games?
Yeah, there were hot dogs. They looked vile. The one thing, the people I went with, my buddy, he goes, he handed me, he says, we're going to go get buttons. I was like, what?
Excuse me.
And he says, we're going to get buttons. So he goes to the refreshments, and they're like little, like they look like snow caps without the white dots. You know what I mean? Like they're like little, like they look like the shape of buttons kind of, and they're just like these little chocolate pellets. I don't know. It wasn't very appetizing. I didn't eat a lot.
How expensive is the ticket?
Well, I didn't pay for the ticket because you have to be a member. You have to be a member for a long time. You can't just get a membership. You have to be a member of this Arsenal club or whatever to get tickets. It's all season tickets. And the guy I went with, his family has tickets, for generations.
So he paid for you? You didn't know how much it cost?
I asked him. I offered to pay. He wouldn't let me pay for him. For the ticket. I paid for refreshments and things
it's
like
a
that.
very simple question. How much?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So he didn't even tell you. Okay.
Yeah, no, I have no idea.
Gotcha. All right.
So what you are saying, though, without an in, because in all honesty, Seth, I'm not a fan of any. I like Man City, and then I liked them when they were bad because of a boxer, and that goes back 20 years. So that was the team I picked, and at that time they sucked. Now they're good, but I would love to go to a Premier League game. I really would. It is a bucket list item for me. What you're telling me is the odds are, if I spent 2 weeks during football season in England, I couldn't go to a game unless I knew somebody.
Well, I don't know if it's like that for all 20 of the teams. I don't know. I just know what this team is. There's no StubHub. There's no secondary market in England, or at least not that I could find. And so that was my original plan, was I was going to go to StubHub. I reached out to a bunch of people, including my ex-wife's family, because I had no other access to the stadium. I didn't know how to get in, and I wasn't trying to. I wasn't a freeloader. I offered to pay, but they have these tickets, and they go to these games, and what my guess is, it's like when the Jets and Giants had those 30-year waiting lists before, at the old stadium.
Right.
Like that's kind of what it felt like when I heard them talking about it.
Oh yeah. Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had one of those too. It's amazing how quickly you can go through a 20 or 30-year waiting list once you get bad. It's amazing how quickly you can go through them.
Or have personal seat licenses.
Yes. Right.
All right, Seth, we did a little, good on the trip. I do have to bring some bad and ugly to this equation.
What, Cuse's win over Georgia Tech?
Don't care. 9 spit. Your Devils were off to a great start. Wait for it. Hughes is hurt. There's a shocker. They didn't get Quinn Hughes. How concerned are you with your favorite team in North America?
Yeah, pretty concerned. That was a pretty ugly showing. I don't know why you let the goalie stay in that game.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand that. Sheldon Keefe said what his logic was. I'm not sure. They've had 2 really bad games in a row. The last game, Luke Hughes had a couple of mistakes, and the home crowd booed him. And I thought that was wrong. He's your superstar in waiting, and he's a rookie, and he's coming up. I didn't like that. I don't know. I don't like the way things are going. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a regime change.
Interesting. They just hired a new coach, so that would be interesting. 30 seconds.
GM. I don't know if it's the coach.
No, I know, but usually with a new GM, very shortly thereafter, there's a new coach. Very quickly, 30 seconds. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, go.
It's all about the Sports with Friends came out today. It's all about the RSN controversy with about 30 teams losing their coverage. Tom Friend from the Sports Business Journal, ironically, a guy but named Tom Friend is on Sports with Friends. I thought that
Got
was
it.
kind of
10
neat.
seconds.
And the Hall of Justice is next week.
Oh, we're doing that to start 2026. Okay. All right.
Working less in 2026. That makes one of the 3 of us. He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. They're every other week now. Download them wherever you get your podcasts. Miller and Moulton, Bud Elliott in 20 minutes. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Play all night, play all day. Experience more in paradise. At Seminole Casino Hotel, we're bringing you more. With the newest slots, action-packed table games, sports betting, the hottest entertainment, and a variety of award-winning restaurants. Expect more with live craps, roulette, and blackjack 24/7. And over 1,400 of the most popular slot machines. This is the place where paradise never ends. This is Seminole Casino Hotel. Minutes away from more. For more information, visit moreinparadise.com. Must be 21 play slots and table games. Concerned about your gambling? Call or text 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Left Twix, if it were work more and make way more, do you think I would ask for sponsors at least once a show? Trust me, I wish we were making more. Nothing would make Miller and Moulton happier than to be making more. Than instead of running best ofs, paying someone to do the show for us. It would be sensational. But it's not the case.
By the way, Michael in the chat room about Viagogo. Apparently, it's not nearly as good as like the secondary markets in the States. Like, there's no tickets available for tomorrow's Arsenal-Liverpool match. But yes, it does exist. So thank you for that.
And I actually, my wife's best friend lives in London, and she's been married to a guy for quite a while. I think would be able to get me tickets if we ever go over there. And it's not, here's the thing, while it might be on my bucket list, it's not on my wife's.
But she would love to go across the pond, right?
Not to England. She'd like to go to Ireland. She wants to go to Ireland. Our next big trip would be for us to go to Ireland. And if I were to go across the pond, England wouldn't. I did 6 weeks in London. It was a lifetime ago.
I was going to say it was 35 years ago. So she wouldn't go see her really good friend?
She has for her wedding. I mean, we see Patty. Patty comes here about once a year. I don't know. I think we would try to get them to meet us in Ireland because they vacation kind of a lot. And, it's like going to Wisconsin. You buzz in, you buzz out.
Zip in, zip out, right?
So I think if we did that, they might come join us, particularly if we brought our daughter, because their daughter and our daughter are close in age. And it is really funny to hear their daughter go, Maddie. Young Harper, she's a cutie pie. In case anybody was wondering, it's that time once again. What the hell? What do you guys? What is going on? Recipes? I want specials. This is what is Mario's doing with it? What the hell is going on? There it is. Son of a. Okay, you guys got to work on your mobile website. This is not. No specials this week. Now wonder. I mean, Left Twix, I understand the quote, but not really. I mean, we would like this show to be more successful. It is what it is. Trust me. I have to beg David every year to do another year.
No, I'll get I'll get the daughter to college. So what's that? 6 more?
Yep.
6.5?
Yep. There we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bud Elliott in a little more than 15 minutes time. Chris Perkins at the top of the hour to talk all things Dolphins. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. 2 poll questions. With 7 head coaching vacancies, we wonder, will Todd Bowles or Mike McDaniel be the 8th and or 9th in the NFL? Your thoughts. Who gets fired? Bowles, McDaniel, both, neither? That's one poll question. And apparently today's National Bubble Bath Day. When's the last time you had a bath? Last week, last month, last year, or no, I don't know, maybe when I was a kid?
I think all of you should remember that. And it's National Bubble Bath Day today. And when you get home from work, stop, get a bottle of wine, maybe a candle or 2, and tell the wife, you know what, honey? I brought dinner home. After we eat, why don't you go have a bath? It's National Bubble Bath Day, and I thought it would be nice for you to have a little relaxing time away from me or me and the kids, however it may work out in your particular household. Score some points. It'll go a long way.
Or see what the reaction is. If she goes, what are you, nuts? I just,
Maybe even draw the bath for. Have some candles lit.
Well, that's what I would do.
Who knows? You could turn a hump day into a hump day.
Uh-huh.
See what I did there?
So, we like snarky, don't we?
A little bit.
Yeah. Did you see the story a couple days ago? The Oakland/Sacramento, soon to be in a couple years, Las Vegas Athletics. They're trying to get these trademarks.
And they're having a hell of a time, aren't they?
They really are. First off, whoever it is that you have to apply to, they wanted the Athletics as a trademark.
Right.
And they were told, yeah, that's too generic. No, we can't give you that. Oh, okay. But here's my favorite. So they applied for Vegas Athletics. They applied for Las Vegas Athletics. They're still waiting to hear. But did you see the story about Last Dive Bar?
No.
It's a dive sports bar that was just outside of Oakland. They were big fans, obviously, and not happy with ownership of the team. So they were first to apply for and get Las Vegas A's trademark.
That's so great.
Don't you have to if you're the team? You can't get anything else. Don't you have to now go to Last Dive Bar and negotiate?
Yes. And by negotiate, you just bring your checkbook.
Right.
And call it a day. Now, it's not a trademark, but when I worked for the minor league hockey team here in Southwest Florida, we started it from ground up. And one of the very first things I did was try to get the team's name is the Florida Everblades. I know you in Southwest Florida know, but if you're listening, Tampa, Jacksonville, Huntsville, wherever, you may not know. And one of the first things I tried, literally, it might have been the first thing. When we sat around, we had in an office with no furniture. We sat basically Indian style in a circle, the 4 first employees and the GM/owner. and we kind of went through what we had to do. And the one guy had started a business before. Hey, we got to go down. We got to go to the county. We got to get this license, that license, whatever. Great. I wouldn't have thought of that. I'm like, hey, we got to get a website. Got to have a website. And again, this is a long time ago. This is 1998. Websites weren't top of mind. I'm like, we've got to have a website. And so I tried to get Everblades.com. Well, a windshield wiper company has it and wouldn't give it up. That's why it's FloridaEverblades.com. We thought Everblades would be you want to make it as easy as possible for people to get there.
Right.
And it wasn't there. So I get, and we tried to get Everblades.com and they had no interest. Okay. So I get where this dive bar getting Las Vegas A's, I'd be sitting there with my arms crossed going, write a check. Write a check.
I don't know what they're going to do. They still got a couple years. I think 2028 is when they're supposed to, have the stadium ready and be ready to play in Vegas. So they got 2 more years in Sacramento. But anyway, they've got some issues. Apparently, they're putting a pretty good team together, and they're locking up their young guys to long-term deals.
Smart, because really nothing matters what they do in Sacramento. It really doesn't. To me, all they've got to accomplish is to be decent. But you want to have it set up because the moment you go to Las Vegas, you need to be good.
Yeah.
I mean, you are the third team there. And the hockey team grabbed that town.
Yep.
And the football team sucks. I mean, trust us. If the Raiders get good, they'll take over. It's the NFL. We get it. But to compete with the Golden Knights, who, by the way, changed the way every expansion team is drafted from forever, because the NHL is still kicking themselves for allowing Vegas to be that good out of the gate.
Oh, my goodness. They're still good. They've yet to have to regroup. They made it so easy on them. Where every other expansion team in league history, outside of the original expansion when they went from 6 to 12, and some of the other 6 did pretty well right out of the chute, namely the St. Louis Blues.
But they were all in the same division.
Exactly.
They kept the original 6 in one division, which was another stupid move. But it allowed a team from the other conference to go all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals, where they got swept, I think, the first 2 years. But
so I thought you would enjoy, the little dive bar, I think located in Stockton, California. Yep, the Last Dive Bar. Yeah. They own the trademark for Las Vegas A's.
write them a check.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Write them a check. And you're probably going to have to write a check for more than you wanted to. And they'll probably have season tickets for life and make it to be a good thing. There's ways to spin this and work in your favor.
I would think the price would go up closer to opening day. Like, don't you think you get it cheaper now than you would in 2 years?
Yes. But the other side of it is, what good is it to the bar? Seriously.
But they're getting their joy out of causing discomfort and harm to the A's.
But David, we love snark. We can hold a grudge.
Uh-huh.
And we do.
Yes. So you're talking to the wrong guy. You're asking how long? How long?
So would you rather be able to be snarky and hold, not necessarily a grudge, because it's not really a grudge. Would you rather be snarky and think that you're better than them than just make some money and have a laugh for the rest of your life over what you accomplished for a few months? Or you carry this out till the end?
Well, I'm just saying there's a price. That's all. And if they don't meet it, I'm not going to give it to them. That's all. And it's got to be pretty good, because I'm going to get, some people mad at me because I settled and what have you. So no, you're going to have to pay the price. And trust me, it'll be like 20 times higher than whatever their initial offer is.
God, I love you. I mean, I can't even the ways, because the funny thing here is you just said some people who would get mad at you for selling it to them? Nobody.
Probably not.
Nobody.
I would just be disappointed in myself. It's my self-loathing. I'd have an argument with myself in the mirror. And then I'd probably go take a bubble bath. See what I did there?
I do
Thanks.
see what you did
Thanks.
there.
Okay.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well done. What we're going to do next is talk college football semis. We'll do that with Bud Elliott next on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Spring training is a big win for Lee County. Beginning next month, we will proudly host the Boston Red Sox and Minnesota Twins right here in Southwest Florida. It's more than great baseball. It's jobs, visitors, and $69 million in tourism impact for our local economy. Get your tickets at redsox.com and twins.com. Be part of something that strengthens our community. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think everybody is noticing, if you're paying attention at all, just how impatient I am as a human being. Because while we were having fun, I was having fun earlier with timing David, taking himself off camera and putting the thing up. After about 2 seconds of looking at him and knowing that he's not doing it, I do it myself.
Well, you started doing it, so I just said, okay, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it.
All right, Last Dive Bar is not even a bar, by the way. It's just a group, and that's what they call themselves.
Gotcha.
I'm looking at it right now.
I thought I saw a sign on a building.
We are 3 baseball fans with a passion for design, art, expression, and philanthropy. Our journey began as 3 friends having fun making memes, but quickly grew into a creative endeavor that celebrates everything about the Oakland Coliseum and the game of baseball. Baseball's Last Dive Bar, much like the metaphor that shaped our direction, represents more than just a name. It represents years of fandom, memories, and passion. Our goal is to create a company that evokes emotions from our consumers. We want to inspire people to think about what baseball's Last Dive Bar means to them. Paul, Carl, and Brian are the guys. So what it sounds like is some pissed off Oakland fans that might be as, well, stubborn as you, David. Damn blocked kick. I didn't even have it on because there was so much other good stuff to watch. I turned it on after the Pistons blew out the Knicks. The Montana State game. Boy, did you have that called. I would have never bet that, David.
The Pistons Knicks?
Yeah, because the Pistons had played the night before. I mean, I just 2-2. I just
Knicks lineup's all messed up right now with injuries.
I understand, but the Pistons had 3 guys out and it was back to back. I mean,
I know.
And they just destroyed them in the second half.
I'll tell you what, the Knicks do not match up well with them.
No,
Detroit's
they don't.
the problem. If Detroit knew what they were doing last year in the playoffs, they would have beat them.
Yep, they had them. I mean, what did it go 5 or 6?
6.
And Detroit had them in 2 games that they gave away.
Lost all 3 games at home, did the Pistons.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Chris Perkins to join us then to talk Dolphins here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Bud Elliott to join us shortly to talk college football. 2 poll questions today.
There it is. Thanks, bud.
Between Todd Bowles and Mike McDaniel, which one will get fired? Bowles, McDaniel, neither or both. And it happens to be National Bubble Bath Day. So just asking, when's the last time you took a bath? We're guessing it's been a while, but vote accordingly. Bud Elliott, CBS Sports, Cover 3 podcast, 24/7 Sports, and the occasional Nolecast in 2026. Follow him on X at Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud, how are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How y'all doing?
Well, we are doing fine. First off, if we can go back for a second, your level of surprise that the semifinals are what they are.
So Oregon, Indiana, not surprised at all. That's what I had in my bracket. On the other side, definitely surprised. I thought Georgia would take care of Ole Miss. Not like it was guaranteed, but certainly I thought they would. And then obviously I did not think Ohio State was going to lose to Miami. So pretty surprised on that side of the bracket. And to me, the other half feels quite chalky and predictable.
Absolutely. Going back and going forward with Miami. Miami proved now 2 games in a row what we thought about them back in the early part of the season, that they were great on both lines of scrimmage. And it certainly looks like if you were to just base it off of the 2 lines of scrimmage, they're the best team left, right?
Yeah, I would certainly say so. I also think they outcoached Ohio State, to be honest. In the first half, I'm on a group text with a couple college coaches, and that they were just very impressed at how well Miami was able to essentially bust the protections that Ohio State was in. And they thought it took a long time for Ohio State to get out of those looks that they were in, that Miami was basically able to figure out kind of what their protection call was going to be based on like formation, motion, tendency, whatnot, and was able to kind of BTF, so you blitz the formation, if you will. Not that Miami's good, like players didn't play well, they certainly did, but they also were pretty impressed by the coaching and the scheme for Miami there.
All right. Did the quarterback from Ole Miss just have the game of his life, or does Miami have to treat him as if he can single-handedly take us out of this thing?
Both, I think. I mean, like he made, if you look at PFF, he actually made the most what they label as big-time throws in the history of a playoff game. So not that we've had a million playoff games, but we've had, what's there been, probably 50-something now, I would think. That's pretty impressive. Like he is a really, really good college player. I think what makes him dangerous is he does not just lock on to one guy. He is able to figure out who's open and distribute it to any number of guys. And like, also his legs are certainly an option on every play as well. So Miami, like this game is not a lock for Miami. I think there's some things that play into Miami's hands here, mostly that Miami's much better on the interior offensive line than Georgia is, and Ole Miss had so much success confusing that backup center for Georgia. They were able to get home on Stockton quite a bit without blitzing and causing a lot of confusion for the Georgia quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. But ultimately, this is not a walkover for Miami, but both these teams are really quite good, and you know, you only got to get hot twice more to win a national title at this point.
No doubt. When you look at the Miami-Ole Miss matchup, is this more like the game against A&M from a defensive standpoint for Miami? Are they facing someone more like Reed, obviously, who can move around? So is it a similar style of what you're going to do defensively against Ole Miss as what you did against A&M, or is it completely different, bud?
I think it's a little bit different in a couple ways. One, the guys I know who have played against the A&M quarterback think you can't read a defense. And the Ole Miss kid absolutely can. So, and A&M's offensive line is quite a bit better than Ole Miss's. So I think this is basically Miami being a little more conservative, probably early on, seeing if that front four can get home, seeing if you can kind of dare Ole Miss to hand the football off and see if you can stop it when you're kind of a man down formationally in the box, and leaving more of those guys in coverage to play coverage, to prevent the explosive plays, to make Ole Miss drive the field on long, slower drives. I think against A&M, you can afford to blitz a little more and take some more chances, or you can afford to align yourself a little bit wider for some of the screen game stuff. And I don't know that I would blitz Chambliss a ton. He played against the blitz for Georgia extremely well, but Georgia had to blitz because Georgia does not have a pass rush this year with the front four, and Miami does. So if I'm the Canes, I'm trying to figure out, can I get home with 4? Because if I can cover with 7, I really like my chances.
How important is this game for the SEC nationally? I've been making the argument, Bud. I think it's very important that the ACC is taking a huge beating in the last 3 weeks. And if Miami beats Ole Miss, that even Ole Miss's run can get taken apart a little bit, because they could say, well, they beat Tulane at home and they beat another overrated SEC team. But if they beat Miami, who beat Ohio State, then that's a different story. I think for next year and preseason polling and offseason talk, this is a really big game for the SEC. Am I making a mountain out of a molehill?
No, I do think it's pretty important, because that would, like, if Ole Miss loses this, that is 3 straight years without a champion from the SEC, and you know, a couple years in a row now without an SEC team even in the final, right? So, yeah, I do think, like, and now look, the counter is, if Ole Miss wins, the SEC is going to beat the heck out of their chest about, hey, that's not even one of our, like, 7 or 8 best programs, not teams, but programs in our league. That's how deep we are. That's how hard it is to go through this gauntlet of a league, blah, 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 right? Which, like, I do think it's the best league. Now, it's not the most top-heavy. Like, the best teams may not be the best teams in the sport. I think it's probably the deepest league, if we want to be a little more granular with our classifications here. So, yeah, I think it's really important for the SEC as far as reputation and whatnot, David.
You know, we've had a bunch of rematches. SEC title game, Georgia got Alabama back. Alabama got Oklahoma back. So when you look at Indiana and Oregon, how difficult will it be for the Hoosiers to get Oregon twice?
I actually think it's going to be tough. And look, Mendoza's playing so well. Like, we talked about this last week on your show. So like some of the stuff, right, that Oklahoma's quarterback missed against Alabama would not be missed by Mendoza. And that's really what it came down to, right? Mendoza saw it. He's like, oh, you guys are going to play that? ... just throwing lasers, right? So he's really, really good. I think Dante's also really good. I don't know if Dante's quite as good as Mendoza is at this point, but I think his potential is kind of within the realm of possibility that he could have a really good game and take down Indiana. I also think it's important to note, like, losing Daly, the defensive end for Indiana, didn't appear to matter a lot against Alabama. But this may be where it comes in that they've seen this team already. Because if Oregon is a little more prepared for some of their blitz schemes, with their blitz pickups and their protections, and they're able to stop some of the blitz stuff, and if Indiana's actually a little bit exposed in terms of not having much of a front four pass rush, because remember, Daly, the guy I'm just talking about who they lost, he was actually a Week 7 replacement for the guy who went down for the season who was the original starter. So I'm curious to see, like, how protected can Oregon keep Dante Moore? Because Texas Tech got to him some, but obviously Indiana's front is nowhere near as good as Texas Tech. They're just a better overall defense, I think.
Yeah, but in the first meeting, Bud, that was the biggest surprise of Indiana's win at Oregon. They sacked him 6 times. They hit Dante Moore 12 times in that game. And Oregon was shocked, and they didn't have a good adjustment. They got whooped, and Dante Moore did not handle it well.
I think the pressure is on Oregon to figure out that their protection plan's better, given they clearly know what Indiana thought of their protection plans the first time, right? They saw how they exploited it. And if you're Indiana, I think this whole week you're spending, all right, what are our counters to the counters that we think they will throw? And Indiana did a great job of that. I bet you Indiana worked man coverage all week against Alabama, right? We talked about this on the air. Can Bama play man enough to slow Indiana down? Because the type of zone Bama plays is not really super effective against a guy like Mendoza with that Indiana scheme. Bama comes out and plays man completely. Indiana first drive gets sacked twice. After that, they're like, all right, hey, we are getting from them kind of what we thought. Let's go to our man beaters. And then they tore them up for the final 50 minutes of the ballgame. So can Indiana do a good job coming up with counters to what they think Oregon's probably going to counter with?
All right, I want to switch gears to the portal because I do think that, one of the things you've been talking about for a while is how the money's being spent. Texas Tech can outspend damn near anybody. You mentioned last year, hey, I think quarterbacks are going to be making more than coaches. While I don't know how quickly that's going to happen, we're seeing the price go up. When you look at the portal and the prices, how sustainable is this, and who is going to be left behind with the amount of money that's being spent right now, Bud?
So I think it's actually really sustainable in terms of player money continuing to go up. I will tell you, if I was an agent right now, I would be getting into the player agent game and not the coaching agent game, because I do not think we're going to see coaching salaries forever continue to just escalate like they have been. You don't see NFL coaches making 2 and 3x what the quarterback on the team makes. And in college, in many cases, we're having that now, right? What you do see, so Andy Reid is the highest paid coach in the NFL. And people say it's not the NFL, but no, look, that's a model where they pay the players, just like college pays the players. I think you have 114 players in the NFL make more than the highest paid coach, and 144 make more than the second highest paid coach, Sean Payton. So I think there's a lot more room for player compensation to continue to run out. Coaching compensation, I'm not saying it's going to go down, but it's probably going to go down as a percentage of the pie.
So who's this quarterback the Gators got in the portal? The kid who was the backup at Georgia Tech. He reignites gets back together with the former offense coordinator at Georgia Tech, who's now at Florida. Aaron Philo here. Tell us about him.
Yeah, so Tech has been really excited about him behind the scenes. He was supposed to be the heir apparent for Haynes King. He stayed there because he's really tight with Buster Faulkner. That's who John Summerall hired to be Florida's OC. So he followed him over to Florida when John hired him to be OC. They like this kid a lot. He's got good mobility. They think he's really smart. Obviously, a pretty good arm, and he actually came in and played a little bit in one of the games, I believe in 24, when King was hurt. So I think it's probably a pretty smart play here by Florida, right? You have a guy that your OC has worked with for a couple of years, and I do think like internal promotion of quarterback, it takes some nuts to actually say, hey, we're not going to go out and get a sure thing. But at the same time, if you do it right, that's a pretty good cost savings against the market, guys. Like you have a chance to have a really nice looking team there, and you're probably not paying the guy $2.5-3 million, because he hasn't played. So like that's a real way to secure a guy for cheap. But a lot of coaches nowadays don't have the balls to say, we're going to roll with this guy who we like in our practices who hasn't played before. Like Bama did it. They made it to the playoffs, but a lot of these other playoff teams and a lot of these teams that also had big expectations that failed, like a lot of them got transfers. How many really had internal promotions?
Bud, you talked about it before they hired Campbell, that Penn State was set up to win in the portal. So far they are. It looks like Florida State's doing pretty well. Who do you think are the winners early in the portal? Who are the losers in the portal?
Well, I do think that Ole Miss is kind of a winner in the portal for keeping so many of these guys away from Lane Kiffin. Washington, I assume you guys saw that last night. Their quarterback jumped in the portal. A lot of people think LSU there. So, I mean, if you're Kiffin and you get that kid's a great fit for your offense. To me, that would kind of make LSU a winner and I would say Washington a loser. I think Indiana's done a tremendous job again, guys. Like, man, I know that they spend not quite what Texas Tech spends, I think, but man, they really do spend quite a bit, and they spend it extremely intelligently. Florida State, I think we knew they were going to have a really bad portal because the athletic director just didn't believe in NIL for like the last 18 months. So it's like feeding your body garbage for 18 months and all of a sudden declaring on New Year's Eve, hey, I'm going to be healthy. Like, that's cool going forward, but it's not going to do anything for you this January, right? So I expect their portal to be really pretty awful. And I think they're punting on this season, as I've said, and that's largely why I dialed back Nolecast, because I don't want to do the same episode 100 times a year. We'll put out like 30. It's a bad situation there right now. We know a couple of the GMs they talked to, and they're like, yeah, that's a situation where you're set up to fail.
20 seconds. Indiana favored by 4, Miami favored by 3.5. Who do you like?
I think I like Oregon. Okay. I do. I think they're just better than they were the first time around.
10 seconds.
That's so scary. Indiana looks so good.
And the other one, Miami or Ole Miss?
I do think Miami. I just think their lines of scrimmage are much better than what Georgia has, given who was hurt for Georgia.
He's Bud Elliott. We're Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Pleasant journeys. Where is Koi Chang? I could look it up, but I thought I would ask. It's pretty normal size foam, Ken, by the way, if you're still there. And Larry, we agree, if I didn't say it, we agree wholeheartedly. Bud's great. He's a smart dude. I mean, he was an attorney that decided he'd rather do sports than be an attorney. He's a well-educated human being. No, I'm with you, Larry, and it's funny. I think for a long time people thought he had a Florida State bias, and I never thought when he was well entrenched in Florida State that he had a Florida State bias. I like that you program our show, Michael. It's kind of what the guest wants to do. And Bud comes on for football season, and he comes on for one segment, and that's all Bud's going to do. And I'm sorry you don't like Pat coming out as much as he does, but we're not going to quit that. The NFL is still king.
Yeah, I listened to another show. We do what we do.
We're very lucky to even have Bud. He's grown so much since he started doing this with us that he doesn't have to do this show. He does it because we had him when he was a nobody. And he does it out of a little bit of respect to the two of us for discovering him before everybody else did, to be brutally honest.
Pat doesn't do local radio, by the way.
Sirius XM does
not one station in the country does Pat do.
No. And Sirius XM does not like the fact he does our show.
And he tells them, I don't care.
Right. They're my guys. No, Michael, I get it, but it's our show. Listen, don't listen. It's real simple.
But you can't, when you guys try to program it, it's kind of,
with all due respect,
it's a slap, and not with all due respect, it's a slap in the face to both of us. We work our ass off for this show. And when you tell us how we should do our show, you don't do shows for a living. You don't know how hard it is to get guests.
I mean, I don't know how good our show is, but a show our size to have our guest list.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on a hump day. Hoping to catch up with Chris Perkins at the Sun Sentinel and sun-sentinel.com coming up here shortly. Because the Dolphins, well, they can always be a topic of conversation. And they're part of our poll question. 7 head coaching vacancies. Will the state of Florida make it 8 or 9? Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel. Which one of them's getting fired? Bowles, McDaniel, both, neither. That's a poll question. And then Mark, when looking up, stuff for later in the show, found out today's National Bubble Bath Day. Okay. When's the last time you took one? Or just a bath? I think you left the bubbles out of it, didn't you?
I just said a bath.
Right.
When's the last time you took a bath? And ever since I put the question up, I keep playing the song from The Wall where the girls, what a great room. What a tub. Do you want to take a bath? It's been in my head all day. I may have to listen to The Wall later today.
There you go. But so Bud Elliott, he thinks Oregon in the 4. I think he's actually leaning Oregon to win the rematch. Boy, it's tough to pick against Indiana, isn't it?
It is, but like I pointed out in that segment, Alabama rematch against Georgia. Who won? Alabama rematch against Oklahoma. Who won?
Alabama.
Yeah.
No,
so
that's true.
We've had 2 rematches late in the season, one in the playoff, one in the SEC championship, and then actually a third, Ole Miss, Georgia. Georgia won the first one. Ole Miss won the rematch. So just in the last month, basically, we've had 3 rematches. The team that lost the first one has won every time. So is it going to be a 4th with Oregon and Indiana? We will see. Thursday and Friday, Miami, Ole Miss, Indiana, Oregon. By the way, when would you play these games? There are so many people, and I saw a fun poll question yesterday, and it was one of the college football things that I follow on X. When should the semifinals be played? And the available options were, they had 4 options available, David. The options were Saturday, 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 or Saturday. There are a lot of people that I know that do this for a living, a lot of people that I know that are just plain old fans, and they're like, why the hell is college bowing down to the NFL? Well, we know why, because the NFL seems to win, particularly if they were going up against playoff games. You can look at the numbers, the college football playoff versus the NBA. College football playoffs did well. I mean, even compared to NBA finals numbers, college football playoffs killing it.
Yeah, they'd be foolish. Because the other thing is, if you think the NFL was declaring war on college football before, take it on head-to-head with something important, and they'll treat you the way they're treating the NBA. Chris Perkins at the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com, joins us. All right. Do you think John Harbaugh's firing impacts the Dolphins? Because couldn't Stephen Ross go, well, damn, if they fired their coach, what am I doing keeping mine?
I would hope that Steve Ross would take a look. It's a very interesting situation because Steve Ross has already pursued a Harbaugh while having a coach, right? He pursued Jim Harbaugh while he had Tony Sparano. Now we're thinking, does he pursue John Harbaugh while he's got Mike McDaniel? It's interesting that the report came out from Adam Schefter of ESPN that seven teams inquired. Six teams have vacancies. So what team called that has a head coach? Miami, Dallas, Tampa Bay. I'm thinking it was Dallas, who already has a quarterback, Dak Prescott. But boy, if you're John Harbaugh, do you want to work with Jerry Jones as your GM? If you're John Harbaugh, do you want to come to Miami that is $15 million in the red and has no quarterback and has to go up against Josh Allen and Drake May for the foreseeable future? It's an interesting dynamic. I do not at this point have reason to think that Miami was the team with a head coach that inquired about John Harbaugh.
They should have been, but if I were John Harbaugh, I don't know if I'd have answered the phone. I really don't, Chris.
Right.
I mean, I'd take the Giants job before I'd take the Miami job. I think there are other jobs out there, just thinking about it, that I would take long before I would want anything to do with this franchise. And you wonder, because they're searching for a new GM.
Yeah.
So how much do you think McDaniel, right now the coach, how much do you think his job's on the line depending on what GM they hire? And the other part of that is, how important is that to Ross of what GM he does hire?
Well, considering that Mike McDaniel is involved in the process to some extent, what extent we don't know, of hiring and selecting the interviewees, I think Mike McDaniel is okay. I think Harbaugh is his biggest threat. I'll say this. I'm uncomfortable with Mike McDaniel being involved in the selection process, but it did work out for Jacksonville. You guys remember Liam Cohen, who was a first-time head coach, told Jacksonville, I'm not coming there if Trent Baalke is the GM. They fire Trent Baalke. They give Liam Cohen a say in hiring the next GM. They hired 35-year-old James Gladstone, and now they're in the playoffs, right? 13-4 or whatever their record was. So maybe the Dolphins are onto something, but I think McDaniel is secure. And as far as, Steve Ross and selecting that next GM, Steve Ross has never gotten it right. This is the first time he's gone outside the organization. He did it with Dennis Hickey in 2014. And then I guess, Tannenbaum came in and kind of assisted Hickey, but then they hired Chris Greer. We'll see how this process goes. I don't have a lot of faith in this organization doing anything correctly at this point.
Chris Perkins, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. All right. Did any theme or anyone emerge from the exit interviews, if you will, from trash bag day in the locker room and say anything in which you went, that's interesting?
I just think McDaniel being involved in the search, the GM search process was the biggest thing. Tua saying that he could, that would be dope if he could get an opportunity with another team. I think that was interesting. But that was the right thing for Tua to say, because his future with the Dolphins it's pretty much over. I mean, the only thing that would keep him is the finances, owing him the hit on the salary cap. But really, I just don't think that there's really going to be much there for Tua. So I thought that was interesting. Those were the two most interesting things to me.
Chris, you've been, at least, before, we've talked for a while. Before the season, you were far more glass full than the two of us. Yep. Turned out we might have been right on that one, but neither here nor there, and that's not why I bring it up. Have you, since you've taken this beat, since you've covered the Dolphins, have you gone into an offseason the way, at least the way we're thinking about next year with the cap and with the new coach and whatever it is? I don't have good feelings. Listening to you talk, it doesn't sound like you have good feelings. Have you felt this way about the Dolphins looking ahead ever before? Because you're pretty positive. Your words don't seem too positive going forward with this organization.
No, it's not positive. I was here when Brian Flores got hired, and that was a pretty down time for the organization. And Flo is coming in as a first-time head coach, and you don't know exactly what the quarterback situation is going to be. I'm kind of feeling like that right now. That this is an organization that's really in a big transition period. I'm not very optimistic about their chances to turn it around quickly. However, having said that, we've seen recent examples, right? I just talked about Jacksonville turning it around quickly. Chicago turned it around quickly. Denver turned it around quickly. San Francisco did, but they had injuries. There are teams that have done it. So, it's possible, but this is the Dolphins. It's been nothing but disappointment and heartbreak. I'm not confident.
But isn't the common denominator in all the quick turnarounds in the last couple years that a team had a young quarterback in place? Jaden Daniels in Washington, Caleb in Chicago, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, Bo Nix, etc. Isn't that the missing ingredient right now in Miami? And that whether you're Mike McDaniel or anybody else, do you find out in 2026 if Quinn Ewers is the guy? Because this is not a great quarterback draft class, and you don't have the resources to get one anyway.
You're right. You're partly right. I really think a big story in college and NFL football this season is defense, right? Ohio State played great defense. Indiana plays great defense. Miami plays great defense. When you look at college, NFL, Houston plays good defense. Chicago, the Chargers, New England, Jacksonville, a lot of your top quarterbacks are accompanied by a top defense. Having said that, yes, you do need to find a quarterback, and that has been a common denominator. I don't know it's the number one reason that, say, Denver is winning, but I take Bo Nix. I'll tell you that. So, yes, they do need to find a quarterback. The Dolphins do need to find a quarterback. I don't know about Quinn Ewers. I was on my podcast yesterday, Dolphins Deep Dive with Dave Hyde. We were saying, how would you feel as a Dolphins fan if they entered camp with a quarterback trio of Quinn Ewers, Malik Willis from Green Bay, and a draftee, maybe a second or third round draftee? That could be okay, but they somehow, some way, they've got to get on track to finding a quarterback this year or next year. Because as you say, David, it's not a good quarterback draft class.
That's interesting with Willis. I don't know if I'd want to go with 3, but I already said earlier in the show, if Nuss was available from LSU in the second round, if I'm Miami, I've got to take a shot, Chris.
I like Garrett Nussmeier. Yeah, I don't, look, to me, and I know it's early, but the quarterback class looks like Fernando Mendoza of Indiana and Dante Moore of Oregon, and then everybody else just kind of falls in line. I don't know about Ty Simpson at Alabama. I do like Garrett Nuss, but that's what I'm talking for the first round. Now, look, we know how this process works. There'll probably be 4 first-round quarterbacks, but I like those top 2.
Chris Perkins, the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow Chris on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Hey, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking next week. We're going to have news of some kind. Thanks, Chris.
Yep. All right. We'll do it next week.
Chris Perkins from the Sun Sentinel, joining us once again on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Play all night, play all day. Experience more in paradise. At Seminole Casino Hotel, we're bringing you more. With real cards and real dealers 24/7, this is the place where the action never ends. Now you can bet on your favorite team, roll the dice on craps, or spin the wheel for roulette. We've got your game. Plus, the Zigzag Girls Blackjack Pit features nonstop excitement and free drinks while you play. This is Seminole Casino Hotel, minutes away from more. For more information, visit moreinparadise.com. Must be 21 to play slots and table games. Concerned about your gambling? Call or text 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
American Paint Supplies.
Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Jacques, Lamar wasn't going anywhere. Okay. So I don't think there was a concern about losing Lamar. That's just me. I think it was the Andy Reid situation 15 years ago. Well, Paul, they don't have one, though. I mean, you'd have to acknowledge that, right? And the Dolphins don't have one. And the other thing is they don't have money. They have one of the 5 worst cap situations in the league now. Wait until the offseason starts. It'll get worse. They started contract talks because his cap figure this coming year is not good. So they need to rework it. But I don't think they were in danger of losing him. And I know there's talk always from Miami, Miami for a year at least. I don't think the Dolphins are in a situation to make a big play for a quarterback, unfortunately.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes from now here on Miller and Moulton. Lee Sterling, Roy Cummings, J.P. Shadrick on the show tomorrow, at the very least. May have another Canes guest as well. Lee Sterling, Roy Cummings, J.P. Shadrick on the show tomorrow. Hey, would you, if you had known about this, would you have changed this, what I'm about to tell you? So they've handed out the officiating assignments for the NFL playoffs. Have you seen the story in this day and age that's getting a little bit of traction involving the Eagles-Niners game?
I have not. I'm sorry.
No. There's nothing to be sorry about. I don't think it's a major story. It's just gaining a little social media traction. So the head referee is going to be Alan Eck. Okay. I mean, anybody know who that is? I don't think so. He's, just blended in, doing his job. Good enough grade-wise to get assigned a wild card round. Okay.
Right, but I do know that there are certain referees who have peculiar records when certain teams play.
Well, Mark, it's interesting that you went there, because the Eagles happen to be 8-1 in games officiated by Alan Eck over the last 3 years. Okay. I mean, this just in, Eagles are pretty good. They win a lot of their games.
Particularly recently.
Yeah, last 3 years, right.
I mean, they've been pretty damn good.
Right. Okay. By the way, he also was the referee in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago, which I believe was or 3 years ago, actually. It was the Eagles and the Niners, the one that Purdy got hurt. Anyway, in the same amount of time that the Eagles are 8-1 in games officiated by Alan Eck, the Niners are 3-6.
Okay.
Well, now the Niners didn't have a good year last year, but the first year and the third year of that stretch, the Niners have done pretty well. And, that's interesting. So, turns out Alan Eck was born and raised in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Now,
big Little League World Series fan, Eck is.
Right. And, maybe grew up a big Mike Mussina fan, because Mike is from Williamsport. The late running back Gary Brown played at Penn State and Houston and the Giants and a few other places in the NFL. So, Williamsport, by the way, is not a Philly suburb. Williamsport's in the middle of the state. Philly's in the southeast corner of the state. It's 3 hours to get from Philly to Williamsport. It is. But if you're growing up in the state of Pennsylvania, you're an Eagles or Steelers fan, right?
Absolutely.
So, people contend that he grew up an Eagles fan. But the other stuff cannot be denied. He's from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And in the last few years as a referee, the Eagles have done really well and the Niners have not. And I'm just curious, if you're the NFL, if you were aware of any of this, would it have changed your officiating assignments?
David, I have to almost, plead the fifth here, if you will, because I don't know how they choose who gets what game. Like, I don't know if they pick the officials for wild card weekend and someone literally says, this guy gets this game. I mean, do they draw them out of a hat? Is it random? I don't know how they're chosen. So I'm ignorant to this. So
I'm assuming
without more knowledge of how, does somebody sit there and say, is there one guy, the director or official says, okay, this referee gets this game?
I'm assuming they pick the 6 crews for wild card round, and then they just fairly randomly select who gets what games. I mean, what game does it matter? They all count the same type deal. That's my guess.
I mean, is travel in, like, I don't know. Is travel involved?
Well, and remember, these are all-star crews.
Right.
It's not your regular crew.
Which I believe in and of itself is a bigger problem than who the head referee is. I would rather have a team that's been working together continue to work together as opposed to mix them up. Now, in other sports, they do mix them up. They mix them up all year long, though.
But we get stuff like this in basketball. I mean, this is the type of stuff that comes out in the NBA playoffs, in which it's like, oh, Phil Steele's working game 2 of the what series? Yeah, Houston's 10-2 when he officiates. Do you know what Golden State is? Yeah, they're 3-7. Oh boy, not a good draw for Golden State here in game 2. I mean, there are instances like that. They seem to come out in the NBA playoffs every year. I gotta say, as a league, I want all this information, and if I could, I would have assigned them to a different game.
I agree with that. I would not want anybody out there to be able to make a story out of something that I believe is a non-story.
Exactly.
But the only reason it's a story is now this guy's doing this game, and we have decisive differences in records when he officiates their games in the postseason.
And listen, people keep track of this stuff. There are officials out there, they keep track of over-unders with officials, number of penalties called with certain crews. It's all kept track of. The gamblers all know it. That information gets out there. Ooh, so-and-so's officiating this game. They call a lot of penalties. Bet the under. Well,
I mean, it was even brought up, you go back to what, it was that quarterback show that was on Netflix. And Caleb was he was on it, and he was getting indoctrinated as to here are the officials. Here are their names. Go talk, basically, and it's, having been a hockey guy who worked in the sport, players all knew the refs. Some guys you could talk to. Some guys you couldn't at all.
No.
You said one wrong word, you were getting a 10. Other guys liked a little back and forth. The fact that, and I'll just kind of lean on hockey because I see more of it. Some of the hockey guys are mic'd up. It's hysterical.
Yes.
I mean, Wes McCauley's amazing. He's a guy that graduated from the ECHL for what it's worth. And he was great when there's a reason. And he was good in the minors, and he's good now. But you're right. I would want to, if I'm the league, how could they, David, really, if the gamblers all know, how does the league not know? They have to know.
Well, but this is also like, is he an Eagles fan? Okay. Is he an Eagles fan? I mean, that's the social media story that's out there. I mean, the Williamsport, Pennsylvania part can't be denied. The Eagles record when he officiates and the Niners record when he referees, those are factual. The whole fandom thing, I mean, first off, I think if you go into this and you want to officiate at the highest level, your fandom ends because it has to. But anyway, in this day and age, Mark, this is the type of stuff in social media that gets talked about, and it's only Wednesday morning. And the game is when? Sunday?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So what you're telling me is take the Eagles, lay the points.
Well, just saying. But in all seriousness,
it's not a system play, but it sure sounds like one.
You tell me you don't think the Niners knew that we got who as referee?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, blank. Really?
No doubt, David. No doubt whatsoever. They all know this information. And for the league, I've got to think the league knows it. It's just they didn't do anything about
Your
it.
roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Spring training is a big win for Lee County. Beginning next month, we will proudly host the Boston Red Sox and Minnesota Twins right here in Southwest Florida. It's more than great baseball. It's jobs, visitors, and $69 million in tourism impact for our local economy. Get your tickets at redsox.com and twins.com. Be part of something that strengthens our community. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, I know the Stars are reeling, but you're getting plus money on the road against the Caps. I kind of like the Stars.
Losers of 6 straight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Did you see oh God, the TNT guy?
Biz
and his podcast about the Panthers Rangers Winter Classic.
Yeah, he ate it up. Thought it was great. Thought it should be there once every 5 years like a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Said he goes, best experience. He goes, game wasn't any good. He goes, the experience and how comfortable it was for the fans and what have you. Awesome.
I don't ever buy merch, Michael. I guess if Michigan State won a natty, I might buy something, but no. I haven't bought in team merch if ever. It's just not my thing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're done. Out of here. Hump Day edition. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. You miss any part of the show like Vinny Cerrato, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, or Chris Perkins? Download what you missed. MillerandMoulton.com. All our guests joining us. American Paint Supplies Hotline. Your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Lee Sterling, Roy Cummings, and JP Shadrick will join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline tomorrow.
They better be as good as our guests were today. A lot of pressure on them. This show flew by today.
Yes, it did.
It flew by. A lot of fun. Glad to be back on a hump day.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1896 when Fannie Farmer's first cookbook appears. It was one of the first cookbooks to replace handfuls and pinches with precise measurements. But apparently the publisher wasn't sure it would sell because the publisher made her personally pay to print the first 3,000 copies. The cookbook would go on to sell millions. 1899, the first All-American team from Walter Camp. They said, how long did they have the Walter Camp All-Americans? They had that forever, didn't they? Do they still have it?
They had it in our lifetime. The first,
right.
I'd say the first half of our lifetime. Now, it wasn't the Playboy Bob Hope special All-American team. I always enjoyed that. The guys running out,
That was the Playboy All-American team was a television show.
Yep.
With the players and the bunnies.
Correct. Brian Bosworth, linebacker, University of Oklahoma. And then Bob Hope would turn and read a joke off a cue card. All right. Boz's hair is so spiky, they throw it in the roadway to trap runaway motorists.
But sure, you had all that. But people, first off, the poll itself was the team itself was it was a well-regarded All-American team, if you will. It was just as highly regarded as the AP All-American team.
And they only did first team. They only brought out, the 24 guys. That's it.
Right. Things have changed a little bit, David.
A little bit, yes, because it was the Playboy All-American team, and it got 2 hours in prime time.
When we had 3 networks.
And Bob Hope hosted it.
1927, the Harlem Globetrotters play their very first game.
I'm guessing they won.
I am too. Mentioned this earlier in the show when we talked about Harbaugh getting fired because it was today in 1963 that a rift between Cleveland Browns owner Art Modell and head coach and founder Paul Brown reaches a boiling point. Modell fires Brown. The Cleveland Browns.
Who then forms this team called the Cincinnati Bengals. Think about that. He formed 2 of our 32. Unreal.
And got fired from 1. I mean,
right.
Today in 72, the Lakers defeat the Hawks for their 33rd straight win. It was the longest winning streak in major professional sports. Is it still? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Today in 2003, Into Club by Fitty was released. Would win Song of the Year in 2003. Let's see, some college football natties. Today in 08, LSU beats Ohio State for the natty. 2010, Alabama beats Texas for the natty.
That was when Nick said, this is not the end. It is just the beginning.
Today in 2013, a game that you and I were at, David. Alabama pounds Notre Dame 42-14. 2019, Clemson whoops Alabama 44-16. And it was 6 years ago today that arguably the best drummer ever, Neil Peart from Rush, died at the age of 67. Millard Fillmore, our 13th president, and Dustin Diamond. Do you know who that is? You know him as Screech. Would have celebrated birthdays today. Kenny Loggins is 78. Katie Couric, 69. Ron Rivera, 64. Rand Paul, 63. Nicolas Cage, 62. Natalie Gulbis is 43. Natalie Gulbis is 43. God, we're old. John Lester, 42. Racer Lewis Hamilton is 41. And Lamar Jackson is 29. What did I miss, David?
No, I don't know. It sounded good to me.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Fayetteville, North Carolina for the good, where Janet Murray bought herself a $1 cash 5 ticket just before her birthday and before Christmas. She's got one of those Christmas area birthdays that most people don't like. Well, she does, because she won a little over $500,000 on a $1 ticket. She waited until Christmas Day to share the news with her family. She said she's going to give some money to her kids and open an education fund for her great grandchildren. No one told her it's only $500,000. For the bad, we go to the happiest place on earth, Disneyland, where a family trip turned into a sucker punch. This is Disneyland, not Disney World. But on Tuesday afternoon, a guy got upset because a family was cutting in line. And come on, who's been at any of these amusement parks when someone's trying to hold a spot? They can throw you out for cutting in line. And he said something. Apparently a few other people did too. But this man and the cutter came nose to nose. And the cutter sucker punched him. And then hit him again as people tried to break it up. He got 2 in, cut him over the forehead, took off with his family. The man who was hit in the face apparently did not retaliate. His wife said he didn't retaliate because he didn't want to get thrown out of the park. They have not found the man who threw the punches. How do they not find him that day? With all the cameras in that place? Like, seriously, how do you not find him unless he immediately left the park?
I don't know.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Polk County in Florida, where Matthew Zaccarino was sitting alone in his vehicles when deputies approached him and found him wearing a red lace bra with prosthetic breasts. He was also, according to Sheriff Grady Judd, wearing a G-string and I quote, showing off the boys. When they asked him to get out of the car, they discovered a gun hidden inside the prosthetic breast. He was arrested on the spot. That is the good, the bad, and the oh my goodness ugly. On today, Wednesday, January the 7th, and it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Cape Coral Police Department, still hiring new officers, other jobs available, great pay, great benefits. All information can be had at capecops.com. That's capecops.com. love the fact that the sheriff said he was showing off the boys. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I love sheriff press conferences. Particularly in the state of Florida, whether it's our guy here in Lee County, the guy in Polk County, there's one other one that loves to do some zany stuff. I get the biggest kick out of it because to me, a sheriff doing a press conference, unless it's about a major crime, is something you shouldn't see. But it's not that way in Florida. These guys like the camera a lot.
Yes, and the TV stations will show their stuff.
Well, and now all of these sheriff's departments are active on social media. They put their stuff out there, and it's part of what they do.
I always, when I look at a Florida sheriff doing his presser, I always think of the scene out of like North Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte there. You know, there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Reggie Hammond. I mean, I take whatever they're saying, I add a little accent to it. You know, if I could get a toothpick, I imagine one of those too. And I'm thinking, listen, there's some real potential here. We got to work on your accent. You need a toothpick. Okay. You need
That is one of the best. That movie, when you go back and you watch an Eddie Murphy documentary, the fact that you didn't put young black people in starring roles. In his line before that is, I don't like white people and I hate rednecks. That means I'm enjoying this blank.
Right. Very much. Yes. There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Reggie Hammond. Doubleheader on TNT of hockey tonight. Dallas and Washington. Dallas has lost 6 in a row.
You're getting plus money on the Stars. I might bet them tonight.
Then the 9:30 game, St. Louis and Chicago. And it's tough to find two teams below 500 in the NHL, but there's two of them, and they're playing one another. One of them is going to get to 500, though, with a win.
Because the whole league needs to be at least 500. It's a rule in the National Hockey League.
Unbelievable. NBA tonight, got a bunch of games. How many? 13. ESPN, I believe, with the double dip. Hey, I know they televise the NBA. I just don't know when anymore. I guess it's Wednesdays. Denver and Boston at 7:00. And then the Lakers and the Spurs at 9:30. See how much Wemby plays tonight. They brought him off the bench.
No one's talking about them because the Pistons are off to a great start, and we focus on the Knicks and the Cavs not maybe playing as well as they should, and OKC's just unreal. But the Boston Celtics, without one of their stars, are in second place in the Eastern Conference and gaining ground seemingly daily. It's pretty amazing to me what they're doing without half of their big two, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is. It's impressive. They've overtaken the Knicks for the 2 seed right now, and good for them. The NBA would love a New York-Boston second-round series with the winner going to the conference final.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. And if it's Detroit that ends up being the team that makes it to the final, you know, they'll bring out the old video, whether it be Knicks Pistons, Celtics Pistons. Oh, they'll bring it out all right.
Another good college hoop night, seemingly one of those this time of year every damn night. I would say the best game of the night's at 9:00. 13th ranked Alabama at 11th ranked Vanderbilt.
Vandy's unbeaten, right?
Yes, and they're a 4.5-point favorite against Alabama. 3 system plays, David. 3 system plays. Iowa State is a 4.5-point favorite at Baylor. Iowa State ranked 3rd in the country.
Unbeaten.
Arkansas, a 4.5-point favorite at Ole Miss. 15th ranked Arkansas at unranked Ole Miss.
Arkansas, 3.5-point favorite.
And where the hell's the other one? I know there's 3. I've missed it. Oh, UConn. They're on the road. 7:00 game at Providence. UConn's a 10.5-point favorite on the road at Providence. 7:00 start. That one, I believe. Oh, I don't know if that's on TV or not. That's usually an FS1 game, but I don't see that attached to it.
I see it on NBC Sports Network and Peacock. UConn and Providence. I don't even know where the NBC Sports Network is. which shows you I've yet to see a sporting event on the new NBC Sports Network.
It's on YouTube TV, and I found that out after I paid for Peacock to watch Michigan State and Nebraska and found out I could have watched it for free on the NBC Sports Network. I don't get why they started this network and they're simulcasting Peacock games with it. It kind of defeats the purpose of Peacock to me, other than the fact maybe nobody has NBC Sports Network.
I will say Providence, coming off their best win of the year, came from behind at Madison Square Garden and beat St. John's. St. John's may not even be a tournament team right now. Rick Pitino's crew. They are struggling. They need a point guard. They need to go tap into the G League and go find somebody who can have immediate eligibility.
I think it's too late, isn't it? The next semester's already started. That
It
window's
is.
closed.
I know.
But that's interesting. With Baylor and Iowa State, Baylor's got the kid that they just signed.
And he played his first game, the last game, and he was booed, hard by the fans. Wow.
I don't like it, but Jay Billis made a great point, and I don't know when he did it. I saw it on social, but it's like, hey, these rules have been there for a while. And I think what the coaches are complaining about is that there's no one making rules, that they're so afraid to get sued that they're not willing to make a hard stand on some of this stuff.
Well, the president of the NCAA, that Baker guy, I think it's Mark Baker, he came out over the holiday and he at least drew the line and said, if you've played in the NBA, we're going to draw the line there. Now, they're still letting you if you're in the G League, but the guy who's on the Bulls roster and played 8 games, yeah, they at least drew the line and said, we're not going to allow him to come back and play college ball. Now, I could still go to court, but Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your hump day. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller.
This is Miller and Moulton.